You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth.
They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 victory. Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
I don't know what to do. Oh my God. Wait, I don't know what to. I don't want it inside of my car wash. Oh my God, I don't know what to do.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
He's not catching ball with you?
Yeah.
Do you need someone to play ball?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Former NBA referee exposed the league for rigging games to avoid sweeps.
A representative in and you watch the games, and when a team is down 3-0 in the series, they show you film of the previous 3 games and they tell you what to look for and what to concentrate on. And what they do is they program and train those referees to make calls for that team that's down in the series, so it doesn't become a sweep. It goes from 3-0 to 3-1, maybe 3-2, generates a lot more revenue and income for the entire league.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Draft's almost here. So first of all, congratulations to all of you. Absolutely huge accomplishment. But second of all, who's getting picked first? Which one of you guys has heard from the Jags? Not me. Nope. No, but my agent did tell me to block their number. Hold on. None of you have heard from the Jags? They've been on the clock for 6 months and haven't made a decision. Let me call them. I can't even blame it on Urban this time. I just don't see how I'm not the obvious number 1 pick. Hey guys, look, the 4th-year breakout's confused why he's not the first pick. Are you planning on breaking out ever? Or I did. at the combine where I tested better than you in literally everything. I jump farther, I run faster. Oh, nice. So if we ever have to compete in the Westminster Dog Show, I'm sure you'd smoke me, but we're talking about football. So. Wasn't I the clear top pick like 2 months ago? What happened? I don't know, character concerns or something. That's how Micah Parsons fell. Have we learned nothing? Why aren't they considering alignment? Do they want Trevor to die? Yeah, how else is he going to have time to throw to their $70 million superstar receiver, Christian Kirk? I'm just saying I think they could use a corner. Hey, what sauce are you anyway? You strike me as kind of a Chick-fil-A Polynesian sauce. What? Why? Well, because you are a sauce, but you're not anybody's first choice.
Proof that if you've never hit your dog, they won't flinch. If they do, you are busted.
All right, you ready, Lincoln? Hey. Well, this is how you know this trend is complete BS because I hit my dog all the time.
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
But what the hell, boy?
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the Bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything.
Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're in Braves country.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Joey Ariola.
Good afternoon, Mac. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Last week I said the Bucks were in trouble. My Bulls are out. Go Celtics, baby.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Ronald Acuna's back, baby. All the problems in the world are going to wash away tonight at 7:20 Eastern.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a groove in his team. Yeah, the armchair.
Howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Show. I am Mac McGee, sitting alongside Joey and Tones Ariola. Tones, how the hell are you this evening?
I'm great, my friend. One of my favorite nights of the year. NFL draft night starts, and also you sprinkle in a little bit of Cubs Braves action. It's a great night for sports, and I love these Thirsty Thursdays alongside you two knuckleheads. I can't wait.
Joey, how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I could just pretty much piggyback off what he said. Acuna is back, so watching Cubs Braves will be that much more exciting. And then the draft progressing with a bunch of critical game sixes. What a night of sports for Thirsty Thursday.
I am so glad that there's baseball tonight, because the more and more this goes on, the more and more you follow this, as you get older, and you'll see it. The draft, watching the draft itself is kind of dull to me. I'll keep an eye on the picks. And I've already done so much research as it is on all of these players. It's just really where they fall. And I know that it's a television show and that's how they get people involved in it, but I'm glad it's here. And what's the most fun to me is the aftermath after the draft, then reacting to what actually happened. But tonight I'll keep it on a monitor to keep an eye on what's going on. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of a trade that no one sees coming. There is every year. Last year, it was the Bears trading up to get Justin Fields. And we'll get into that here in a second. Batting practice tonight, though, Jacksonville Jaguars #1 pick. Who do they pick? It's already been rumored that they wanted to trade out of that pick, but it doesn't look like, as of now, from what I've seen, they do not have a suitor yet, right? So who do they go with if they end up with the pick? I know they would love to trade down because I believe Peterson wants to grab an offensive lineman. But if you've got the #1 pick, who do you go with? Joey, I'll start with you.
Yeah, and you put me right into where I wanted to be. I know some people are projecting D lineman here. I am actually going to go, if they say Ikem Ekwonu, I'll probably butcher his name a million times. He's a standout out of North Carolina State, but Doug Peterson being an offensive mind, they spent a lot of money on receiver, tight end, the draft. They got Ingram, they got Christian Kirk. Now they have Trevor Lawrence going into year 2, a critical year for him. Keep him up to me. I know it won't be the most popular pick, but hey, you need to solidify that offensive line. And to me, if you got already the brain power between that offense with Trevor and Doug, and then you can incorporate a good offensive line, his weapons, he'll make it happen after that. You get protection. Trevor Lawrence is going to make the throws. I truly think he's going to be a stud in this league. That's why he was taken #1 overall a year ago. So I'll go Ikem Ekwonu out of NC State for their first pick.
Tones, what say you?
Is this what we think is going to happen, or
Well, you or your mailman, or you got a psychic that you follow. Yeah,
I think Trayvon Walker is now the favorite, not only in Vegas but by many overall. And necessarily, do I agree with it? No, but I think right now he's for sure the hats and bag pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And it is a Georgia defender. There is a lot of upside there, but it's not the for sure thing. So we see a lot of teams lean with the upside picks and get burnt in the past before. Jaguars better be careful here. They have a couple more sure products out there, like an Aiden Hutchinson, and like a couple left tackles. There's a few of them out there. So there's a couple guys they could take that they'd be very safe in doing so. But to me, they try and be risky here and go Trayvon Walker and see how that deals with them. But to me, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, look, he's the most talented of the three that have been mentioned so far. Trayvon Walker by far is the most talented. I mean, honestly, it's not even close. But I'm looking at this as someone who lives in Jacksonville and watches this team, and man, I think they need a locker room leader, and that's why I would go with Hutch. I feel like they need someone to come in and change the atmosphere in the locker room. And from everything I've seen, I've never met the guy, but everything I've seen, I've never met Trayvon, and I've never met any of these guys, but from what I've seen, he seems like he's a leader. He's going to go in there. He's going to be a gym rat. And he's going to, lead by example, which is what you want. You want someone coming in. And I'll tell you, the first thing that I see when I see these guys hit the red carpet, and these guys with all this bling, bling, bling on, man, I start getting real nervous drafting these guys. And it's not because they are wearing what they're wearing. It's because when they go to interview them, it seems like that's what they want to talk about. Right. And I mean, if I see a kid walk on, hit the red carpet in blue jeans and just a nice shirt and goes, "Let's go," that's my guy. That's the guy. Yeah. I want a guy who wants to get his hands dirty, who wants to, get his hands in the ground. But I would like to see Hutch, even though I do believe Trayvon is the more talented. But Hutch, to me, is the guy that worked hard. He stayed there 4 years. I don't know.
Well, that's what's interesting to me about this draft. We just said 3 different guys right here, and we can make a decent argument for all of them. This draft has a lot of intrigue because not only do I think there'll be a lot of trades, the #1 pick isn't locked in quite yet.
And, here's the funny thing. It would not shock me one bit if they take the offensive lineman out of NC State. But I don't think he's the #1 pick. And that's my biggest concern with it. I just don't think he's the #1 pick. But because to be the #1 pick, he's a guy who's a franchise guy for the next 10 years, but also the most impactful player on the field for the next 8 to 10 years. And that's why that concerns me. We'll move on from that. I honestly thought by now it would have already been announced who they were picking. but I have not seen anything. I've been refreshing Rappaport and all that stuff.
There was a report today by My Sports Update, Ari Mirov. He said that the NFL tried to tell the Jaguars to keep it as tight knit as possible this year. So they actually did a pretty good job in doing so to this point.
Yeah, I just, at the same token, that could just be a lot of hearsay, because that's kind of like, I forget what the tweet was, but someone tweeted out, it was supposed to be a beat reporter for the Mets tweeted something out last night. And did you see that Steve Cohen answered the tweet and said, well, that's funny, but it was so, I forget what it was, but he was basically calling the guy full of crap. You know what I mean? Because he could, and it was something, I wish I could remember word for word, but it was something like, Cohen really wants to go so, and enjoys his time when he's at such and such. And he came back with, really, that's funny, because I've never been to that city. And so anyways, but yeah, I could see why they would want to, Tones. It's a valid point, because you want the intrigue, because it's a television show. Because that's really all this is, a television show. This has nothing to do with how your team is going to do over the next, especially in September, but it has nothing to do with anything, because we don't know till the players hit the field, and all these prognosticators could be dead wrong, and the scouts could be right, or vice versa. So, but it's entertaining for the fans, for people who don't follow other sports when football is just there. I call them the grandma fans, because even grandmas like football, right? So the grandma fans that are out there, that football is their thing, well, this gives them something to look forward to in April. Those of us who are diehard sports fans, we're like, dude, I can't even cram this in. We've got baseball, we've got the basketball playoffs, and oh, by the way, NHL playoffs begin on Monday. Thankfully, it's not overlapping with this as well.
Yeah.
Anyways, we move on, and next question up for bid here on the Price is Wrong is, how many quarterbacks go in this first round? Because this is not a star-studded quarterback draft, and I'm curious to see what y'all's answer is. And I don't, be honest with you, I'm guessing here, but I'll let y'all answer first. But I think I've got a pretty good guess on it. We'll start with Tones.
Well, remember in 2013, the infamous draft quarterback class, Ryan Nassib, E.J. Manuel, Mike Lennon, all those names. And there was really not a sense of any of those guys perhaps getting taken on night one. It ended up only being one quarterback, E.J. Manuel. You get kind of the same feeling tonight, except nowadays in the NFL, it is a much more desperate league for a quarterback. We've seen some teams do absolutely crazy things for a quarterback. Just San Fran last year, trading all those picks for a guy who's played a handful of college games, who sat out a bunch for the pandemic, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that we're going to see the same thing tonight, perhaps, in terms of teams going above and out of their way to get quarterbacks. And even though it's a weak quarterback draft class, I got 3 going in the first round tonight. I think it's going to be Kenny Pickett. I think it's going to be Malik Willis, and I think it's going to be Matt Corral in that order. You have an outside chance at 4 of Desmond Ridder being 32nd, perhaps, to the Lions. But as of right now, I think it's 3, and I think that they all end up in the NFC South.
Oh, wow. You think they're all going to go in the same division?
I think that Panthers take Pickett. I think that Falcons may end up taking Willis, and I think that the Saints end up taking Matt Corral, perhaps. And then, like I said, outside chance of Ridder to the Lions at 32.
Does a quarterback get drafted in the first round? In the top 10, excuse me.
I think that, surprisingly, Carolina takes Pickett with the 6th pick, or they might trade back to the 8 or 9, but still take Pickett. I think one way or another, one does go. I think one goes in the top 10.
So most likely Carolina making their draft pick.
I think so.
I feel like Carolina Malik Willis is a match made in heaven.
That could be true too. I think either way they just go quarterback, because we know that coaches do desperate things when they're on the hot seat. Matt Rule's one of those guys on the hot seat. And one of those desperate things is taking
if you're Matt Rule, are you going to go into the season with what you have at quarterback, or are you waiting to find a way to get someone like Baker Mayfield? Because I don't think you can go into it with Sam Darnold. And I still don't know if Sam Darnold's ever been coached right. It still wouldn't shock me if he gets picked up by someone in 3 years from now. The guy's leading his team to the playoffs.
He kind of reminds me of a Blaine Gabbert type as of now, perhaps.
He just can't catch a break wherever he goes. And maybe it's self-inflicted, but things have not gone well, and it hasn't gone ideal. Joey, what say you? How many quarterbacks do?
I'll probably go a little too high here, but I'm going to go 4, and because I just think desperation teams will be trading up.
32. Everybody's drafting a quarterback.
I do agree with Tones in the sense that Atlanta. I think Willis is a match made in heaven there. I think Pickett to the Panthers. I could actually see Corral going to the Steelers. I like that idea of him, backing up.
I do think the Steelers are going to draft a quarterback, but if they go on a run, I don't think the Steelers are going to reach, because I think the Steelers are actually pretty happy. I know it sounds crazy, but I think the Steelers are actually pretty happy with Trubisky.
And I think so too. I mean, they showed it in the way they paid him, right? But a lot of drafts have them project to get Willis. I don't see any.
See it to believe it, by the way.
Well, yeah. No. Believe me, after being in Chicago,
I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir. But
yeah, no, you're dead. Your deadbolt's not on there. But I think teams get desperate, and I think 4 go, and that being Willis, Pickett, Riddler, and Corral. Atlanta and Panthers, I mean, if you don't draft a quarterback, I don't know if they're just going to try to tank and wait till the next season. But like you guys said, especially in Carolina, the coach doesn't have that opportunity. So I think 4 quarterbacks will go in this draft more than most people, because I think I saw the over-under at 2.5.
I'm going to go the opposite way.
Ooh.
2.
Fair.
Because I think that everyone believes that, hell, you could make an argument that every one of the quarterbacks are not first round quarterbacks. You really could. I mean, if Kenny Pickett was this great, why did he have to come back for a 5th season? Right? Kenny Pickett read the room, and he was smart. His camp was smart. Whoever talked him into, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. I'm seeing minor league highlight reels of Ronald Acuna Jr. I'm getting excited.
Fair, very fair.
By the way, check this out. I don't know how long it's going on for, and it's going for this week. If you do like minor league baseball, if you like to see what your team, for instance, the Iowa Cubs or whatever, are up to, they've got a deal going on. I know it's if you already have MLB package, but I'm not sure if you can get it just by itself. But they have a deal going on right now, $25 for the entire season. You get every single team. So if there's a prospect you really want to see, I mean, that's a pretty damn good deal.
That's not built into if you already have that. Like I have the MLB package. That's not built into
right.
it.
It's just an extra.
Okay, gotcha.
Because evidently it's usually 50 and it's half off right now.
Okay. It's MILB TV technically, right?
Right. I don't know if they have an app. I tried to find it. I didn't find it on Roku, but maybe it's on other devices. But I watch it off my desktop.
Good to know.
But to me, it's interesting for stuff like if there's a young pitcher, you're really interested fantasy baseball wise, to just kind of put it on as a second device and take a look and see if he's actually worth a damn.
Rehab assignments for stars.
I remember my buddy who was an Astros fan, when all their guys were in the minors, he loved it.
Yeah. I didn't know it was available, and I think it's awesome because you constantly hear about these players coming up, but there's no way of knowing, because college football is how us fans know and have heard of and seen players that are going into this draft, right? And so they're coming to the team immediately. There's no minor leagues. But in baseball, they draft a guy and you're like, damn, all right, well, that's cool, but I want for 4 years, so bye. And I'll give you an example. The other night, William Woods came up for Atlanta, and he just pitched an inning. But hell, I'd forgotten all about him. I covered that draft. He's drafted in the 23rd round. I didn't. Anyways, dude's only like 22, 23 years old, drafted like 4 years ago. That dude was throwing bullets. And I'm like, anyways, back to the rest of the story. Yeah, if it does interest you, I thought $25 for 4 or 5 months of base.
That's a bargain deal. Yeah. If you like it,
you're going
it's
to
a
watch
bargain.
like 3 games,
$8 a game. I'm down.
Yeah. they could have charged a ransom for it back in March when we thought the games were going to be canceled. All right. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, to lead up to add to that, I'm sorry. The two quarterbacks that I think get drafted are Malik Willis and Kenny Pickett. I think the rest of them, they're going to punt. I think Corral and Ritter, and I could even make the argument for Carson Strong and Sam Howell.
Yep.
I think they're all just as good as the others, but are any of them number ones, or hell, are they all number ones? Is this going to be a quarterback class that we're going to see years from now? And you're like, damn, dude, I can't believe that guy went in the third round. What were we thinking? But the wide receiver draft, that's a little different. It's a little star-studded, as it has been, because, and that's just the way the sport has opened up. There's a lot of receivers out there with a lot of stats that you like, a lot of, the tail of the tape, as they say. How many wide receivers are going in the first round? Joey?
I was looking at a lot of, just the names, and even my team who doesn't have a first round pick in the Colts. I hope at 42 we go wide out because it's a glaring need. I see 7 or 8 going in the first round. If I had to flip a coin and take one,
insane.
It is insane. And I'm actually
not your take, but I'm thinking of just 15 years ago, where just 10 years ago, where a lot of teams didn't even want to draft a quarterback in the first, a wide receiver in the first round.
Right. So in a year where you might get 0 to 1 running backs, you're going to get 7 to 8 wide receivers. And that, like you said, from 10 to 15 years ago is pretty mind blowing in with what people do. So, hell,
if you're a general manager of the Tennessee Titans, if you're a general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, are you not going, dude, we might as well draft a wide receiver because this guy wants the moon and stars, and it's going to be a lot cheaper just to groom someone else and let them go hit the free agent market next year.
Yeah, and that's why, to me, if they were disgruntled enough, and I'm not saying any of them were, but if you have a receiver that's just beyond means that wasn't coming. Yeah, well, there you go. Like, maybe make a move and get another first round or a couple of them. Look at what the Chiefs did. A lot of people are down. They lose Tyreek Hill. They bring in a couple free agents. They have a couple first round picks.
Packers.
Yeah.
Packers don't need a receiver.
I'll get to them in a little bit in our next segment. I know that, but I totally agree in that it's insane how many receivers goes these days. But look at the young teams: Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow. You could look at Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Mahomes.
Who's your number one guy? Like, of all, like, if you could put one wide receiver on your team out of this draft, and not necessarily that. And I know the Colts probably aren't going to draft a receiver, but if you could grab one receiver and say, that's my guy, who is it?
Man, there's so many good ones. And actually, I do hope my team takes one for that fact. If I had to go one, I'm going to go Chris Olave out of Ohio State, 6 foot 187. I just think he had a great year, and he went alongside another great receiver who they had projected Garrett going ahead of him. So there's just something I like about him. Now, for my team personally, down in the draft, I like a name Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. He's more of a burner receiver with good hands. That's towards the tail end, first round, beginning of the second. But overall, Chris Olave is my personal favorite choice.
All right, Tones, what say you? How many wide receivers are we going to see in this first round?
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where you hear a lot about wide receivers tonight. I think I'm going with 7 getting taken in the first round. I think it's Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams, Drake London, Chris Olave, Treylon Burke, George Pickens, and then I think either Christian Watson or Jahan Dotson. So outside chance of 8, I'll go with 7 though, and I'll go with 7 of those 8. And if I were to prefer one, I got a little bit of a sleeper here, and he's coming on strong late. I really like Christian Watson and his build. A 6'5", 211-pound kid reminds me a little bit of a Mike Evans type in terms of size and physique, as he could go up and get it. Not one of those burners in terms of speed who will run right by you, but he'll go up and get it. He has good hands, and he can make good red zone potential. Now, I think the best overall, time will tell. He might miss a lot of this year. That's going to be Jameson Williams out of Alabama.
A lot of teams, the Colts in their mock drafts, Tones, have Watson going there. So I like that guy as well.
Yeah, I think it's Jameson Williams, and I don't even think it's close. But you're drafting a guy with the torn ACL. And though most come back and it's fine, it's not a sure thing. Now, I can give you the other side of the argument. Any of these guys could tear their ACL.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? If I'm not going Jameson Williams because I want to play it safe, then my guy is Chris Olave, and I don't understand why he's behind Drake London, Garrett Wilson, because
I'm with you.
He was when he was on the field, he was much more impressive. And I don't understand it. And it's not now the London thing. I kind of get it because of his size, but Garrett Wilson is what is he 6 feet? Yeah, he's 6 feet. I mean, come on, that's not intimidating.
I'm really excited to see where Jahan Dotson lands to Penn State.
That's another short receiver. Like there's so many receivers that are being graded high that really aren't but your guy Christian Watson you keep talking about. He's 6'4". Same thing with Pickens out of Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know why I'm not drafting Pickens and why I think he's going to go too high? He is a Georgia wide receiver, and they don't tend to do well in the pros. Now, AJ Green's the outlier, right?
Right.
But what is the kid's name? That's it's escaping me right now. But the one in Kansas City played at Georgia. He's like Tyreek Hill light over there.
Mecole Hardman.
Yes, and they've always tried to sell him as the next great thing, and he's never done it. So that's my concern. I'm not saying I wouldn't get Pickens, but I'm not drafting Pickens because I think Pickens is going to go close to the first round or second round, and I don't think he's that type of a receiver. Mainly because he's 6'3", but he ain't even 200 pounds. Dude, my leg's 200 pounds. Also, probably why I can't run the 40 very fast. But I can tell you one thing. I'm not getting tossed around like a rag doll like freaking damn Pete Alonso either. So, there's that going on by a 5'8" freaking coach. I'm a tough guy. I could put someone in the hospital. You know who says that? The guy's never been in a fight. That's the guy who says that. He took him down, man.
Oh, man.
I'm seeing a replay right now as I speak of it. They're showing it on whatever the hell I got in the background. And he went, wow it.
Just bam, wazoo.
Yeah, exactly. Playoff team to trade up into the top 10.
Yes.
All right, Joey, you seem to be excited about that.
Well, I do too, because I noticed there's a Packers fan on in the chat. So I'm pretty excited about that. Packers 22 and 28. They got both picks. You said it yourself a few minutes ago. They are salivating for a wide receiver. To me,
do they give them both up?
No. Okay. I think what they'll do is give 22 and like a fourth or fifth rounder to move up like to the or third rounder even to move up to like the top 14, 10-ish, getting like that 10 to 14 range.
They've got 2 1s, 2 2s, a 3 and 2 4s.
Yeah, so I would give, honestly, it depends who you really like want to go for, but let's say a Chris Olave or Drake London are still there and it's around pick 10, 11. If you have to give the 22 and the second or the third to get them, I think you go there because Green Bay, unlike Kansas City, has not replaced the receivers in free agency. And to me, Aaron Rodgers, it's been 19 years. The last time they did it was Javon Walker in 2002. They have not drafted a weapon for Rodgers or Brett Favre going back. It's been 19 years since they've taken a weapon, meaning receiver, tight end. It's time for the Packers to make that move. And I think they package 22 in a second or third to try to get Olave or London.
Tones, what say you?
I'm going with the Kansas City Chiefs here. I think that the Packers are a pretty good point as well, but I think the Chiefs have the fair amount of ammo. They have 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, 2 third-round picks, 2 fourth-round picks, and 4 seventh-round picks just this year. And they have a lot more next year as well. And, the Packers are thirsty for a quarterback, but who's a little more thirsty? The Kansas City Chiefs. Why? Because the AFC is going to be blistering hot this year, and their own division is going to be incredibly competitive. Who did Mahomes lose? One of his great friends. Now, at the same time, you could say, okay, well, Kansas City could probably get 1, if not 2 really good wide receivers with their first or second round pick still. But hey, why not package pick number 29 and one of your early second round picks and a 7th round pick try and trade up, or pick number 29 and 30 if you really think someone that incredible is there. So
I know who's not trading up.
The Bucks. Yep.
Oh, the Dolphins. They got 4 picks. 2 of them are in the 7th round. What the hell are you going to trade with?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good one.
The team that okay, so I really like the Kansas City one just because of their plethora of picks. The other thing would be for me is that if a team thought maybe that they could move in to the first round to get something that Kansas City was pretty much my pick to go in the top 10. So I'll go ahead and bail out of that. The team that I think that may trade down, if someone can fall to them that someone really wants, look at the Tennessee Titans. They don't have a 2nd round pick. So I could see Tennessee taking like a Kansas City number 1 pick and a 2nd or 3rd pick with it to move down 5 or 6 spots if Kansas City thinks a wide receiver is there that they want. Other than that, I think the fact that everyone's saying that the Jaguars can't trade out of the 1st pick makes me think that a lot of teams don't feel like this is a star-studded draft. It's more of depth, and they'll get what they get when they get there.
This is a little random, but like Mac or even Anthony, take it. Do you guys think like a player like a Baker Mayfield could be traded in the draft, or do you not see players getting traded during the draft?
He wants Baker that much.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying if somebody trades, I don't even know, but there's some interesting players out there. I know Seattle Lockett, and they were talking about people, but
it's funny too, because one of the teams rumored all of a sudden for Baker is the Texans. But if the Texans really wanted him, they would have just took him back in the trade that they did with Deshaun Watson. Yeah. So as McGee said, I don't think many people.
I can see the Texans trading out of the 1st round. I mean, out of the
3 pick. I agree. Yeah,
I agree with that.
Whoever falls there to them, and someone goes, "Oh my God, look, they've already got another pick at 13. Why wouldn't you slide back?" Because you need depth, and they've got a 2 and they've got a 3, but you're trying to, and look, they got 2 3s, they've got 2 4. But you're trying to tell me that you don't want more depth?
Right. Like, imagine if you could flip that third pick for the Chiefs 29th, 30th, and a day 2 or 3 pick, and then you'll have 3 first-round picks this year.
And I still think Davis Mills is a good quarterback, and everyone keeps going, they got to go get Baker. They got to go that. Dude, they've got a pretty darn good quarterback. And I think they should let and see who they've, who do they have in him.
And he's cheap, a cheap deal.
And this isn't a quarterback draft. So wait till next year. Wait till the year after. See what Davis Mills is about. Who knows?
I agree.
It's time for us to start waddling on out of here. So here we go with Turn Back Time. Sure what y'all are doing, but on this date in 1967, Muhammad Ali, formerly known as Cassius Clay, dodges the U.S. military draft, and he is stripped of his boxing titles. Also on this date in 1987, speaking of the NFL draft, there's a bunch of them I could have picked from, but Vinny Testaverde goes number 1 overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh,
that did not turn out well. Just like the Bo Jackson pick, just like a lot of picks before Tony Dungy got there. Birthdays.
It's your birthday today. What does that mean?
I always think of those early Bucs years when I was growing up watching them, and the great line by their original head coach, John McKay, who coached at USC originally. And they asked him, "What did you think of your team's execution today?" And he goes, I am in favor of it.
The Yucks, they called us.
The happy birthday. I got more than I'm going to do during the game. So happy birthday to Mr. Barry Larkin. Ooh. 57 years young, one of the great Cincinnati Reds, and that's a mouthful because that's one of the greatest organizations. They're down right now, but they'll be back. Happy 57th. I never liked the Reds. I've never been a fan of the Reds, but you got to love Barry Larkin and everything that he stood for. So what is your walk-off for the day, Tampa Tones?
Yeah, Mac, it's been an honor, another episode, and I'm looking forward to the draft tonight and the Cubs tonight. So be on the lookout for a great sports night and be on the lookout for a great broadcast. I'm upset I can't make it tonight, but I'll be back next Thursday, and I'm really just looking forward to a great weekend of sports. You got 3 days of the draft. Honestly, tomorrow is my favorite day of the draft because you got former players that announce the picks and celebrities that announce the picks, and you got this second and third round.
Here's another really good reason to watch us and not the national broadcaster doing on MLB Network. Alana Rizzo is going to be your sideline reporter.
Ooh.
Joey, what's your walk-off?
Don't have to tell me twice. I'll be tuned in to the for Cubs Braves with you guys at the Armchair Quarterback for sure. And then, hey, if you're an NBA fan, root for all the game 6 down 3-2 tonight, because then we get game 7s on Saturday.
We didn't even get to that, but Booker's back. They broke that news a while ago. Devin Booker will play tonight. So
what a quick little come up there. But yeah, just enjoy it because I would love to see.
Middleton's not going to play in the Celtics series.
I saw you post that. I was like, that is very, very good. Hey, let's get some game 6 wins. Good luck tonight. Go Cubbies.
My walk-off for the night, we got the Braves Cubs coming up here. Steve and I are going to be doing the cast. I'm going to be doing the play-by-play. We're going to do some things a little different tonight because it's the draft. So tune in for that. We will be reacting to the draft. Steve is going to be staying on top of it and letting me know who's going where, as I'm going to try to do the play-by-play. We'll be talking about the draft and we'll be talking about the game. So Ronald Acuna Jr., Acuna Matata, comes back tonight. Rubber series. Braves, if they can get a win tonight, be the first series they've won all year. You believe that?
I thought you were going to get it last night when it got to 3-3, but oof.
That extra inning rule is just
it's garbage.
It's garbage.
I at least get the 10th inning. Right,
they were
they were supposed to abolish it this year. Then the people felt bad for the crybabies, so they bend the knee.
I get it. You don't want these young games to go on forever. But I think she should at least give us the 10th inning clean. And I can live at the 11th. I know you don't want these games going until 16th inning. You know, it's stupid. It really is stupid. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. Great job, guys. And Braves Cubs are on the way.
See you later, brother.
Later.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. We're here weekdays. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo, hey, Short Ox, Ludo, Raiders,
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action. The biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with your best receiver out of the game. From the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janis does not stop it! Oh,
please! TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Baseball fans, The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proud?
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
It's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
ball.
Hey, howdy, hi, and pull up an armchair, boys and girls. You're listening to live Braves Country Baseball from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where the Atlanta Braves and Chicago Cubs are set to battle as Atlanta welcomes back Ronald Acuna Jr. to the stadium for the first time since middle of summer. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, set to bring you all the action play-by-play, and sitting alongside me is Mr. Steven Troche. He's going to be doing the color. He's going to be bringing you NFL draft news. Steven, how the hell are you?
I am doing fantastic. We get another great matchup to watch tonight. We get to see Kyle Wright throw again. He has just been electric this season. I'm really excited to see him pitch. And we actually get a little bit of a revenge game from Drew Smiley. Played for Atlanta last year, his first start back in Atlanta in 2022. It'll be interesting to see how he does.
Yeah, it was cool last night. They gave the rings to Smiley and to his other Chicago teammate, Chris Martin. And so that was pretty cool. You know, the other thing I saw today, I was watching the Pirates Brewers game today, and they talked about Alex Jackson, who, of course, the Braves traded to Miami for Adam Duvall last year, but he has ended up in the Brewers organization. Long story short, he got his ring in Nashville a few weeks back when the traveling trophy tour took a stop in Nashville, and Jackson was at the AAA affiliate in Nashville of the Brewers, and they happened to have the not just bring him his ring, but they also had the trophy for him for him to see. So I thought that was pretty cool. Big news tonight: Ronald Acuna Jr. is back out of nowhere. Everyone was expecting next week. Some thought it might be against the Mets early part of the week. Some thought he might actually be towards the tail end of next week. Nope. The Braves have seen enough for him in Gwinnett. He has torn the cover off the ball, and he is back. What do you got to say about that, Steven?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a trend we've seen more and more. These like the athletes are coming back sooner and sooner from these injuries. I'm really excited to watch him play. Like I've seen a little bit of batting practice tape from him, and he's hitting balls that are going out of the park. He looks like he's dialed in. It was pretty cool. Like I saw a story that he got a FaceTime call from the Braves last night around 1 a.m. and they were just basically like, "Hey, you want to play right field tomorrow?" And he kind of just like jumped out of his shoes. He's excited. He's ready to come back. Leading off tonight, I expect a big game out of him.
Okay, so real quick, because we're about to get first pitch, the Cubs batting order started off: Ortega at DH, Suzuki in right, Happ at left, Contreras behind the plate, VR at second, Rivas at first, Jason Hayward in center, Wisdom at third, and Nico Horner is hitting ninth. Kyle Wright is set to begin, and he'll wind up, and he fires the first one in, and it is ripped into right field, drops down right in front of Acuna Jr. Acuna grabs it and tosses it back into the infield, and it's a leadoff single, one pitch, one hit.
Yeah, like one thing I was going to bring up coming into this game, Wright was one of 6 pitchers in the major leagues to not allow a barrel yet, and that looks like it may qualify as one. Ortega hit that solid.
Yeah, he definitely was first pitch hunting, and that's going to bring up Suzuki to the plate. Seiya Suzuki, 333 on the year, 4 home runs, 14 RBI, a 458 on base percentage. The NFL draft starts at the top of the hour, and Steven's going to bring us all the news on that. Here's the first pitch, and it's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right down Main Street for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, like those that tuned in last week, we covered the Cubs game, and Suzuki just, like he's had a great season. He did not look like he was seeing the ball well. No, like I'm interested to see like if he's dialed in tonight.
0-1 delivery. He fires and kicks. It's a Baltimore chopper back to the mound. Wright gets it, flips it over to first, but not before Ortega advances to second. There's one away in the Chicago first.
Yeah, I mean, good start. It's only 3 pitches in, up to the third batter, 1 out. Runner on second's not ideal. With the heart of the order, Ian Happ, Wilson Contreras, and Jonathan VR coming up, but we'll see if Wright can battle out of it.
Ian Happ batting 340 on the year, 2 home runs, 11 RBI. And he comes to the plate, lefty-righty matchup. Kyle Wright gets the sign. looks back over his shoulder. Here's the pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt, swung on and miss, and it's 0-1.
One thing to keep an eye on this game. So the Cubs have 1, 2, 3. They have 5 lefties. I mean, as good as Wright has been, he has been a little bit more susceptible to left-handed pitchers. So, like Cubs with that, like with this lineup, hoping to take advantage of that.
Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. We're just getting going here. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is fouled back out of play. Looked like the curveball, and it's 0-2.
Good start to get ahead in this count. Happ is not a hitter you want to get behind.
So here we go with the 0-2 delivery. Wright working a little slower. He tends to pick up the pace as the game goes on. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's fired on, swung on, and missed. Fastball right at the letters. Could not catch up. 98 miles an hour, and that's the second out of the inning.
Beautiful job by Wright there. Yeah, he went curveball those first 2 pitches, was able to set up that fastball high. Looked like Happ was expecting another curveball, and Wright just blew it right by him.
You know, I've been doing these games for a while, and what I see the difference between Wright this year and Wright last year, it's not his stuff. It's his belief in his stuff. He'll throw that fastball. When he was coming up before and being sent down to the minors, what I kept seeing was him trying to get junk pitches, and now he believes in his fastball. And rightfully so. He was a top pick out of Vanderbilt just 5 years ago. Here's the first pitch to Contreras, and it swung on and missed, fouled back, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the stats with Wright. He actually has been throwing his fastball a lot harder this year compared to previous years. His average fastball velocity currently is at 95. He last year was actually down to 93 on his average. So definitely those extra 2 miles an hour really help and can really change how that pitch comes into the hitters.
0-1 delivery to Contreras, runner on second. And the pitch is a fastball just below the knees, called for a ball. Might have been the sinker, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great pitch, great spot. He just missed it just a bit low. Contreras did a great job of taking that.
1-1 count to Wilson Contreras. His brother, William, is in the Braves dugout tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch set up inside, but it comes back across below the knees, but across the plate, it's 2-1.
Yeah, he went back with the same pitch there, just not getting Contreras to bite on it. Be interesting to see what he comes back in on 2-1.
Jonathan Villar stands on deck. So he may be pitching around him. Here's the 2-1 count. He fires and pitches it. Fastball just misses inside, and it's now 3-1 to Contreras. Seems like they're pitching around him.
Yeah, I mean, Contreras is easily the best hitter in their lineup. If you're going to pitch around anybody here, it's going to be him. I mean, Villar has been pretty hot this season. He's hitting 333, but I'm sure the Braves would much rather face him than Contreras.
3-1 delivery from Wright. And it's a slider on the way, and it just misses outside. And ball 4, Contreras will head down to first. Runners on first and second with 2 away.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they were trying not to give him anything to hit here. Wright just missed his spots. I mean, those pitches were pretty close. I mean, they were balls, but they were perfect pitches to trying to get him to chase and just hit a little ground ball, get out of the inning. But I mean,
it definitely felt like that he was nibbling there.
Oh yeah, he was that was almost it looks like a Maddox there. He was just trying to paint the edge of the zone and just couldn't get the pitches right.
So that'll bring up the left-handed switch hitting bat of Jonathan Villar. He's batting .333 on the year, 751 OPS. First pitch to Villar is on the way, and it's a curveball taken for a strike on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1.
I mean, good job by Wright there. After those 4 straight balls coming back and firing in a strike.
He definitely has the touch on that pitch tonight. 0-1 count. Wright gets the sign. He lifts the glove, gets ready for the pitch, kicks and fires and misses with the sinker low and inside. It's 1-1.
I mean, going into the stats a little bit, I think one of the biggest changes for Wright has been the use of the increased use of that curveball. He's using it about 30% of the time this year compared to about 15 to 16 in previous years. Previous years, he was very fastball dominant. He's starting to lean more in that curveball.
1-1 deliveries on the way,
so
and it's a fastball taken for a strike right across the plate, and it's 1-2.
Good job right here, getting ahead in the count. Let's see if we can put him away here.
So 1-2 count on Villar. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Anything that gets to the outfield would probably score. Here's the 1-2 count. And he deals a fastball right down the heart of the outside part of the plate. Strike 3 swinging, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to break. When we come back, Ronald Acuna Jr. is heading to the plate.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
We are back here, Braves baseball. Drew Smiley is about to take the mound 1-1 with a 2.45 ERA, 102 whip, and a 232 opponent's average against. Good start for the lefty, the ex-Atlanta Brave, getting his ring the other night. And he is going to face Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna is coming to the plate and does his customary tap of the bat to the catcher's protective gear on his leg and gets an expected standing ovation here in Atlanta, Georgia. Stephen Trosh and Mac McGee here on the call here. Ronald Acuna Jr., 24 home runs before the injury last year. Here's the first pitch to Acuna, and it's a fastball inside and high, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see how the Braves lineup looks at full speed. Matt Olson has looked like a fantastic addition. I mean, as much as it hurts to lose Freddie Freeman.
1-0 pitch is on the way, and it's pulled to the third base side, quickly scooped up by Wisdom, and he'll fire it over to first. Acuna is out number 1 in his first at bat in almost 9 months.
I mean, it was still a good pitch to swing at. He hit it hard. Just hit it right at Wisdom.
Yeah, Braves fans would be very unrealistic to expect him to go 4 for 4 the first night he comes back. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate, batting .329 with 2 home runs. First pitch is low, and on the outer part of the plate, it's 1-0. I finally got my Matt Olson jersey in the mail.
That's got to be exciting.
1-0 pitch is on the way, swung on and missed. Looked like probably the changeup, and evens the count at 1-1. 1-1 delivery is Smiley's working fast and swung on and missed. And curveball, it's 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, Smiley's doing a great job in this at bat. That was a beautiful curveball. Like I think he's going to go back to it again.
Drew Smiley was set to deliver, but Blue called time. So now he's set, ready to go again. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and then curveball swung on and missed in the dirt. And Contreras will pick it up and flip it over to first as Olson jogs down to first, and there's 2 away.
I mean, there's been a lot of bad talk about Smiley throughout his career. He never really panned out as the top end starter. People were expecting him to be in Detroit, but I mean, he's really made a nice career out of for himself. Doing fantastic job this season. Looking great so far tonight.
He's a solid pitcher. When the Braves signed him, they didn't expect the moon and stars. They got what they wanted out of him, which was an innings eater. Here's the first pitch that swung on and hit by Austin Riley, and that ball is going back, up against the wall. Zip, boom, bam, that baby's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong. It's a 1-run shot, and the Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0.
Yeah, Smiley just left that fastball hanging, and Riley made him pay. That was an absolute shot.
Austin Riley goes yard and makes it a 1-0 game. That was a no-doubter, as the Braves are giving them high fives in the dugout, and the only thing's missing is the old sword. There's the sword. Now we get it, and it's 1-0 Braves. Braves lead at 1-0. If you're just joining us, Austin Riley going deep, and that's going to bring up Ozuna as we get into the batting order here. It's Acuna, Olson, Riley, Ozuna, and Albies. Here's the first pitch, and it is a curveball outside, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud will be batting 6th, Duvall 7th, Demerit playing left field, batting 8th, and Dansby batting 9th. The 1-0 pitch is swung on, and it's a weak grounder to the right-hand side, quick out number 3, but not before. Austin Riley goes yard, and the Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901, but he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Ban Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. It's the MLB Game of the Week. Mac McGee sitting alongside Stephen Church. Stephen Church, the Braves lead it 1-0.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a very pitcher's duel-y first inning. Aside from that Riley home run, I mean, Smiley made quick work of them. 9 pitches, 6 strikes, right? Had only 16 pitches in the first inning.
Here's the first pitch to Rivas, and it's high, goes to the backstop, and it's 1-0. Revis, Hayward, and Wisdom are expected here in the top of the second.
Yeah, right. Looking a little shaky so far. Missed with that curve, just completely got under that curveball. Didn't get a
1-0 curveball is on the way, and it's inside for a ball, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this isn't a sign of things to come. He looked great in the first inning, but if he can't get that curveball back working again, it could get a little bit ugly.
2-0 fastball misses up high, and it's 3-0, 95 miles an hour.
I mean, like, you never know. He could just be setting up Jason Hayward for a double play.
Here's a 3-0 pitch, and it's a fastball right down the pipe, and it's taken for a strike. It's 3-1. Braves 1, Cubs nothing off a solo shot by Austin Riley, who put his back into it. And here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high, and Rivas will head down to first on a 5-pitch walk.
Yeah, definitely not the best start to the second inning, but with bottom of the order coming up, we'll see if Wright can get it back under control, maybe force a double play here. Hayward is notorious for hitting ground balls. Never really found that power stroke during his career.
Jason Hayward comes to the plate. Of course, he's from the Atlanta area, went to high school in the Atlanta area, and was an Atlanta Brave many moons ago, so still a crowd favorite. Here's the first pitch to Jason Hayward as d'Arnaud sets up a little bit inside, and it's a fastball inside, almost clips Hayward, get off the plate, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, definitely not a good start to the inning. That's 5 balls, 1 strike in this half. You gotta hope Wright gets it back under control.
1-0 pitch for Hayward as they get set. Sets up outside, and it's a fastball just off the plate, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, Hayward actually having somewhat of a mini career resurgence. He's batting .273 on the year. Much better than he's been doing in recent years.
2-0 pitch, 1 on, nobody out, and it's a fastball upper part of the zone, outside part of the plate, and it's 2-1. Quinn Walcott is your home plate umpire tonight. Von Drack is at first, Barrett at second, and Alfonso Marquez is at third.
I'm happy to say we do not get any Angel Hernandez.
2-1 pitch is high. It's a fastball, outer part of the plate and up. It's 3-1.
Yeah, Wright's not really looking too comfortable here. He's trying to take his time, trying to reset, get his bearings back.
Kranitz may have to go out there to calm Wright down. Maybe he sees something. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Hayward, and it's a fastball way outside. And the first 2 batters have reached via the walk on 10 pitches to start the second.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Kyle Wright, he doesn't look like he's too comfortable tonight. He feels like something is off, and he's not trusting his pitches.
d'Arnaud and Swanson come out to the mound to talk to Wright, try to calm him down a little bit, and maybe go over the signs and go over what their game plan is going to be. Did see Kranitz call down to the bullpen, maybe tell him to get someone a little loose in case things get bad here. Patrick Wisdom's going to come to the plate, batting .236, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. Did have a home run last night in the Cubs win. Rubber game series of this 3-game series, Braves winning on Tuesday night. So you got first and second, nobody out. Righty versus righty matchup. Cubs are in their blue tops and gray pants with the Chicago Cub logo across the chest. Here's the first pitch, and it is a nice curveball taken for a strike, a little high in the zone, and it's 0-1.
I mean, it was a little high, but I'm sure Wright is just happy to get a strike and get ahead in this count.
He's definitely had that pitch working. It's the others that he struggled with. 0-1 pitch. Here's the windup, and he drops that curve in again, same location, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, Wisdom is he needs to be careful here because Wisdom is one of those true two outcome hitters. He's either going to strike out or he's probably going to hit a home run.
You got an 0-2 count, runners on first and second, nobody out. Kyle Wright with the 28th pitch of the evening. Here's the delivery, fastball high. d'Arnaud had to jump up to catch it, and it's 1-2.
I mean, good pitch there, trying to bait him after throwing those curveballs. A good job at Wisdom taking it.
So you got a 1-2 count, 2 on, nobody out. Wright gets the sign. He leaned back and fires, and it's the curveball at the knees. Yak him. Strike out number 2 for Kyle Wright, and there's one away in the Cubs' second.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. He really needed that there to get some confidence back. And that brings up Nico Horner, I believe.
It does. Nico Horner, the number 9 hitter for the Chicago Cubs. Okay, I was wrong. That's his third strikeout. I thought it might have been his third. So here's the first pitch to Nico Horner, batting .316. It's a curveball inside, called for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he settled down a little bit. That's definitely a good sign. He was on a very bad track there at the start of this half inning.
Horner, .316, 1 home run, 8 RBIs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a curveball on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, and it's 0-2. That curveball has been hitting.
No, it's been fantastic tonight. It's another great pitch.
You got to wonder when they'll start hunting that pitch. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Horner, and it is a curveball swung on and pulled over to Riley. Riley has to charge, flips it over to second. The out is there, but Ozzie had to bobble it. Ozzie bobbled as he was trying to pull it out of his glove to turn the double play, so there will be no double play, but he was out, and there's runners on the corners with 2 away.
Yeah, I mean, Horner's a pretty speedy runner. Even with a clean exchange, I don't think Ozzie would have been able to finish that double play.
It would have been tough because it wasn't hit that hard. Riley had to charge it on the in-between hop and throw off balance going away from the base. By the time Ozzie got it, I'm with you. It's unless Horner trips going down the line, I don't think they get him. So that'll bring Ortega to the plate, singled his first time up. The Braves are playing him to shift, and runners on the corners, 2 away. First pitch to Ortega is the curveball, swung on, pulled foul to Olson. Olson will toss it into the stands, and it's 0-1.
I was about to say there's no way Wright was going to throw him another first pitch fastball after he ripped it the first at bat.
Wright already up to 33 pitches on this night. The Cubs designated hitters this year just batting .145 this season coming into tonight.
Sounds
Here's
like
your
red.
0-1 pitch, and here's a curveball on the outside part of the plate. Looked like it kissed the black, but Blue says it's a ball. It's 1-1.
Let's see what K-Zone has that as a ball. It was close, but I think it was a good call by the ump.
It was one of those 50-50 balls. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And nope, he's going to flip it over to first, keep the runner honest. Horner dives underneath. No tag applied. Safely back, and we'll do it again at 1-1. NFL draft is coming up at the top of the hour. As soon as the first pick is in, Steven will let us know what's going on with it. Wright's got him in a rundown. Or do they have a play? They've got a play going, and the Cubs baited the Braves into a pickle. While the pickle was going on, the run scored. So the Braves fell for the old pickle play, and we're going to head to break. When we come back, the Braves will grab the bats, tied at 1.
Is that the sass we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking in.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Brock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So, surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves fell for the pickle play, and when the ball was thrown from Olson to Swanson, that's when the runner broke from third home. The ball was a little off kilt, or I think Swanson may have tried to throw him out at home. But instead, what you get is you get a run on a trick play, so to speak, and the game's tied 1-1. First pitch to Ozzie Albies is a strike on the outside part of the plate. Ozzie Albies batting .240, 6 home runs already on this young season. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on by Ozzie. He pulls it to the left side, scooped up by Wisdom, and it's a bang-bang first out to start the bottom of the second.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Smiley's only made one mistake, and that was leaving that pitch, that fastball up for Riley. He's looking very good so far, putting in a nice little revenge game.
Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate batting .308. 2 home runs, 7 RBIs, and he is batting 6th tonight. Duvall is on deck with the rookie Travis Demeritte standing in the hole. Braves wearing the white jerseys with the red Braves across the chest. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0.
While we have this break, what are you looking forward most to in this draft tonight?
1-0 pitch is on the way, and it is called for a strike. It's 1-1. I'm really interested to see where the Jags go to start this whole thing off. 1-1 pitch by Smiley as he's working fast, and it's a foul ball over past the third base line, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, consensus seems right now it's going to be Trayvon Walker. He's a -575 to be the first overall pick. A lot of people are questioning that, considering the other options available at that position. But
1-2 pitch is on the way, swung on and pulled to the left side. It's picked up by Horner. Horner fires it over to first, and there's 2 away in the Braves second. Yeah, I know he's the more talented player, so to speak, but I really think Hutchinson is the pick. I think they need a guy in the locker room who's going to lead, and Hutchinson to me would be the obvious choice, but we'll see what happens. I do know they've been trying to trade out of that first pick, but there have been no buyers. So we've got a tie ball game here in Atlanta, Georgia. Cubs, Braves. Drew Smiley working fast and working efficiently. The 16th pitch on the night to Duvall and it's off the plate and inside, it's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, like they actually just put up a nice graphic. Smiley has been using his curveball 46% of the time this year, and it's looked great. I mean, the hitters have been just getting right on top of it, have not been able to make much hard contact.
1-0 pitch is taken for a strike, look like the curveball, and it's 1-1.
And another thing the Braves are going to need is Duvall to pick it up a little bit. He's only batting 197 on the year, no home runs. He's really known for his power, so they're really going to need him to pick that up a little bit if they have any chance of repeating.
1-1 pitch on the
season.
way, and it's a curveball swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Braves 1, Cubs 1, bottom of the second inning. Smiley working fast. Here's the pitch, and it swung on and missed. Looked like the curveball. It gets away from Contreras, but he quickly jumps up, throws it down to first, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the third inning. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball, the MLB game of the week. Cubs and Braves tied at 1.
You know, a lot of these girls are out here calling each other sis because they're both calling the same dude daddy. What a time to be alive. Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a 1-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. has made his season debut from the Braves after tearing his ACL last summer, and the Braves out on defense. Cubs are grabbing the bats. Will be the top of the order. Ortega, Suzuki, and Happ coming to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup as Kyle Wright fires the first pitch, and it's a curveball outside the zone. It's 1-0.
I mean, Braves are really going to need to get some offense up here. Drew Smiley is just absolutely dealing tonight, and it looks like they are going to need to put up some runs.
The fastball high and up around eye level, it's 2-0.
Now, I like that just proved my point right there. I was going to say Wright is looking pretty inconsistent tonight. Pitches like he's not looking as sharp as he has. So
pitch is fired at fastball, swung on and fouled down the third base line. It's a can of corn, and Dansby Swanson will get to it, and there's one away.
Yeah, but like Wright really needed that after getting behind 2-0.
So the pop out will bring the heralded Seiya Suzuki to the plate. Suzuki batting .328, a 1073 OPS, and 4 home runs on this young season.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of the
first pitch from Wright, and it's looked like it was the changeup high, 89 miles an hour, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Suzuki's definitely been one of the bright spots in the major leagues so far. After coming over from Japan, he's looked like he belongs since day one.
1-0 pitch, curveball inside. He has to bend out of the way, and it's 2-0. Braves 1, Cubs 1. Kyle Wright, 40th pitch of the night, and it's a fastball swung on and pulled over to the third base. Riley's got it, backhands it, fires it over to first, and there's 2 away in the Cubs' third. Braves and Kyle Wright really needing a quick inning here, don't they?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, right, like he's getting up there in pitches. I mean, he's double what Smiley's at right now. Braves bullpen has been worked decent amount the past few days, so they're going to want Wright to go as much as possible to give them a rest.
So Ian Happ comes to the plate, 333 on the year, 2 home runs. And here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball right down Main Street, taken for a strike, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
And that's more like what we're used to seeing this year. Wright's been getting ahead a lot in these counts, especially compared to previous years.
0-1 pitch on the way, and it's a changeup called for a strike, and it's 0-2. That'll bring Riley over into shallow right field as a part of a shift on the 0-2 delivery. And Wright's not taking a break. He fires it inside, and it's 1-2.
Great job by Wright to rebound there after throwing a lot of balls in those first 4 balls in those first 2 at bats. Just missed with the change up there.
1-2 pitch on the way, and it is in the dirt. Did that clip Happ? It looks like it did not. He somehow got out of the way. I mean, that was an Olay. I don't know how he got out of the way. That ball, so the ball hits the batter's box and somehow missed Happ altogether, just missing his back knee. So the 2-2 pitch on the way, and fastball swung on and fouled back out of play down the left field line. It's 2-2.
I will say both of these pitchers are working incredibly fast tonight. They're not letting the hitters get set for anything. They're getting the ball back and going straight back to it.
It's almost like they've both been on the same staff recently. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's fastball swung on and pulled hard to the right-hand side, but Riley's out there in shallow right field to get it, grab it, and fire it over to first. That'll end the top of the 3rd inning. The Braves will grab the sticks in a tie game. It's 1-1.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa is the current manager of the White Sox and has been a manager for over 50 years. When he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Rusi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball as the Atlanta Braves are tied up here with the Chicago Cubs. Now, Travis Demeritte is going to lead off the inning, but Ronald Acuna is scheduled to bat third. Here's the first pitch to TD, and he fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch and fastball high taken for a ball. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Smiley's done a great job tonight getting ahead in the count. He missed with that fastball there, but that was a good pitch. I get that was more of a setup pitch for the rest of the at bat.
1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and miss, and it's quickly 1-2 as Smiley is quick to get the sign, and he's ready to fire it again. Here's the 1-2 pitch that swung on and roasted up the middle, but a backhanded stab by the second baseman Villar, off balance, guns out Demeritte. Nice play by Villar, and there's one away in the Atlanta third.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play by Villar. He made it look easy, but that is not an easy play to make.
I didn't know he was capable of that. Great play by Villar, and of course, he's been all over the league, the Brewers, the Mets, you name it, and could be a guy that at the deadline, if the Cubs are out of it, they could get a heck of a trade chip back. That's going to bring Lieutenant Dan to the plate. Dansby Swanson, first pitch taken high for a ball. It's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, hell, the Braves could almost use Villar if Swanson doesn't pick it up. Batting 188 on the season is really
1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that you could agree with me here. Like among regular hitters, he's been one of the worst in the league so far in 2022.
Yeah, he's always been known to be very streaky. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Dansby, and he fouls it back out of play, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Saw an article today in The Athletic where Braves players were saying they felt like that the new baseballs with the extra seams, there's extra seams on them this year. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Dansby, and it swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. They feel like that is making the ball not rise and carry as far. Now, I don't know if I believe any of this. We're only a couple weeks into the season, but it is interesting that it's already in players' heads.
No, I mean, like it has been confirmed that they are using a new ball this year, and it is a
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball, and it's hammered high. It's driven deep. It's going back. That ball was crushed like an ant. It's 2-1, the Atlanta Braves.
See, that's all Swanson needed was the Marlins fan talking bad about him. He heard what I was saying and deposited that into the left center bleachers.
Right? He goes left center about 7 rows deep, and he absolutely stuck his foot in the ground and whap-bapped it over the wall. Nice swinging by Dansby Swanson. Ball just got too much of the plate, and that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate.
I mean, we're just talking about the dead end balls, but it did not look dead there.
No, it did not. I think batters always overreact in the beginning when it's colder weather. Here's the first pitch to Acuna, and he has an excuse me swing, hits the ball foul, and it's 0-1.
No, it has been confirmed that MLB is using a dead end version of the ball this year. I'm not sure why they made that decision, but it definitely it has affected
0-1 pitch on the way, and it's a curveball in the dirt, swung on a miss, and it's 0-2.
I don't have the research in front of me, but home runs are down, power is down, exit velocity, everything is down across the league. I mean, we're seeing so many balls just die at the warning track that would normally be home runs.
Pitch, and it is a curveball taken for a ball, nice side by Acuna, and it's 1-2. I also think I think a lot of this has to do with the shortened spring training. These players that think they only need a few weeks are finding out they don't. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a cutter swung on and pulled foul towards the Cubs dugout, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, like rightfully so. We're seeing with Acuna, he has not put a lot of good swings out there. He's almost swinging out of his shoes. Still getting used to being back in the majors.
1-2 delivery to Acuna, and it is a curveball way outside, and it's 2-2. Braves 2, Cubs 1. If you're just joining us, solo shots by Riley and Swanson. 2-2 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball. Might have been the cutter right at the knees. Nice pitch by Smiley, taken for a strike, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta third.
Yeah, I mean, it was like after 4 curveballs at bat. I just don't think Acuna was expecting the cutter there and got caught flat-footed.
So that's going to bring up Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, 0 for 1 on the night. First pitch swinging, and he fouls it off of Contreras. And Contreras was motioning for the ball to go fair. It is probably 10 feet right of the batter's box. No way that ball was going to go fair, but that was a pretty funny stunt by Contreras. So 0-1 pitch. Here's the kick and delivery, and it's in the ground, bounces in front of the plate, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, generally, you don't expect left-handed hitters to be good against left-handed pitchers, but Olson has bucked that trend so far this season. He's been fantastic all around.
1-1 delivery and fastball inside, almost clipped Olson on the jersey, just missed him, and it's 2-1. Smiley, slowing down a little bit, was working at a record pace. Here comes the 2-1 count, and it is a fastball swinging and pulled to the right-hand side. It's going to stay fair, and the first baseman, Rivas, is going to step on the back, and that'll do it. But not before Dansby Swanson puts a run on the board. The Braves lead it. We head to the 4th, leading 2-1. We're going to stay right here as we're going to get you caught up on all the news and notes. And the draft is about to actually, the draft is just underway, right, Steven?
I believe so.
Well, you're catching up with that. I'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard as the Atlanta Braves are leading here 2-1, and go ahead and hit the scores. Not a whole lot of action tonight as there was a lot of day games, but St. Louis does lead Arizona 2-0. San Diego 7-5 winners over Cincinnati. Milwaukee 3-2. They win in Pittsburgh, sweep the Pirates. Philly 7-1 winners against Colorado. Wheeler had a good game. Marlins 3, Washington 2, and the Yankees broke out the big bats, 10-5 winners over Baltimore. Tampa Bay 2-1 winners over Seattle, and Minnesota 7-1 winners, as well as the Houston Texas game. Astros 3-2 winners. Kansas City 5-2 over the White Sox in 10 innings, and Toronto 1, Boston nothing. The Angels 4-1 winners over Cleveland. So who's Jacksonville going with? You're saying that you think it's going to be Walker, right?
That seems to be a popular opinion. Like I mentioned before, he's a minus 575 to be the first overall pick. Jaguars are officially on the clock. No early news coming in yet about the pick, but I mean, I find it hard to believe they're going to go anybody aside from either Walker or Aiden Hutchinson.
You don't think that you'll know who got the pick, who got to pick the pick, because if it's ended up being the offensive lineman out of NC State, then you know Peterson made the pick. If it's a defensive lineman, you know that Balky made the pick. And I believe if it's Hutchinson, that means that the owner overruled everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be real interesting to see. I mean, I find it very hard to believe that. I mean, as good as that offensive lineman is out of NC State, it's going to be hard to believe that they would use a first round pick, like a first overall pick on a guard. That's just not the position you target that high in the draft.
Braves are back, and we are set for action. First pitch is a called strike to Wilson Contreras, and it's 0-1. We will keep you abreast of the NFL draft in between innings. We'll kind of react to it, but here's the 0-1 pitch from Wright, and it's pulled down the third base line, foul, and it's 0-2.
I mean, looking through Twitter, the biggest surprise of the night so far is that the Jaguars actually have a very big fan contingent in Vegas. The NFL's seems like the NFL fans are pretty surprised that Jacksonville has a fan base.
0-2 pitch coming from Wright, kicks and delivers a fastball outside, backhanded by Darnold, 95 miles an hour, about 6 inches outside, and it's 1-2. Draft in Las Vegas this year, correct?
That is correct.
Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and it is a curveball way outside the zone, and it bounces to the back wall. It's 2-2. I would love to see the comparison to what Nashville did. Nashville knocked it out of the park. They really raised that. I mean, I don't know how anyone could ever beat it, but I would think Las Vegas would do a pretty darn good job themselves. It's now become an event that people travel to. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a changeup inside, but caught swinging and missing was Wilson Contreras. He tried to check his swing, but went around, and that's another strikeout for Kyle Wright.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful pitch. It looked like it was going to be that curveball again, break back over the plate, but cut back inside, and Contreras wasn't ready for it.
4 strikeouts on the night for Kyle Wright. That's the good news. The bad news, 3 walks. So that'll bring up Jonathan Villar, who had the great defensive play earlier in the game. Lefty-righty matchup here. Wright fires and delivers, and it's a curveball on the outside. Come back or to Wright. He bobbles the ball, recovers, flips it to first, and there's 2 away in the Cubs' 4th.
Yeah, it looks like the Jaguars are going to use the all 10 minutes of this clock, really making everyone sit in suspense.
Will they pull a Minnesota Vikings and make someone else pick?
And it looks like it is official. Jaguars are taking Trayvon Walker, edge rusher from Georgia.
Alfonso Rivas comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup here. Rivas, the first baseman tonight, and he swings at the first pitch. Fastball banged out of play, and it's 0-1. So what I know of the Jacksonville Jaguars is evidently Trayvon Walker is headed for a really good career somewhere else, or he is a bust. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Kyle Wright, and it's fastball swung on and foul back out of play. It's 0-2.
Yeah, especially considering their previous 2 defensive lineman picks, Clavon Chasen and Taven Bryan. They have just not panned out the way that the Jacksonville faithful.
Bryan, man, that was such a reach. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's another fastball swung on and fouled down the left field line. It looks like Wright's starting to get the handle of that fastball, bringing it at 96, and we'll do it again at 0-2.
Well, now that this was basically the worst kept secret in the NFL. So now, to me, the draft really starts.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, curveball swung on, strike 3, nice curveball. Rivas could not lay off it, and that'll end the inning. We're going to head to break. When we come back, the Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. Riley, Ozuna, and Albies on the way. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval in territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the 3rd time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 world champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, won the series. And the Cubs have finally won it all. High fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-1. And one of the reasons was a solo shot by Austin Riley in the first inning, and he is back up to the plate. And here's the first pitch, and there's a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Showing here that the Atlanta Braves, Steven, you'll like this, one of these statistics, second highest hard hit rate in baseball, just below the St. Louis Cardinals. 1-0
without Acuna
is right. Swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. 1-1 delivery is a curveball outside. Smiley working fast again, and it's 1-2.
Second pick is officially in. Aiden Hutchinson to the Lions.
You knew it had to be. There's no way that you let the Michigan guy get out of Detroit. I'm sure our buddy Sean is happy. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Strikeout as the curveball was in the dirt and too enticing for Riley to lay off. There's one away. That was a nice pitch, actually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Riley did not see that coming at all. He was completely fooled, like swung out of his shoes on that one.
As they did the close up, his bat didn't miss it by as much as I thought it did. It was just one of those ones where I'm sure at halfway through the swing, he's like, don't swing at it. That's too late. Here's the first pitch to Ozuna, and it's a fastball inside, taking first strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the score doesn't show it, but this has really been a pitcher's duel so far.
It has. 0-1 pitch on the way, and another strike, and it's 0-2. Braves lead it 2-1. Drew Smiley gets the sign. He kicks and delivers, and it's a curveball swung on, and that ball is lifted into center field just over the glove of the outstretched arms of, I believe that was Nico Horner, the shortstop, and Ozuna is on with a 1-out single.
Yeah, I mean, he pulled a Vlad there. He picked that up off the ground. I mean, he was definitely fooled there, but he made the most of it and gets on base. And the instant reaction from Sean is that he needs some oxygen. He is thoroughly excited about getting Hutchinson.
His wife probably needs to cut off his credit card is what she needs, because there could be 7 different colors of lions. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies, and quickly he hits into a 6-4-3. He beats it out, almost a double play to end the inning, but the Braves will stay alive. And Ozzie Albies' first pitch swinging again, why they moved him down in the lineup in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, like Albies is going to want that one back. That was another pitch that Smiley left hanging over the middle of the plate and couldn't get all of it, but he's able to get on base and keep the inning going.
So that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Once again, Smiley working very quickly and effective. Just 46 pitches into the night. The 47th is a curveball swung on, and that ball is ripped into left field. Quickly on it is the left fielder Happ, and he'll keep Ozzie at second, but there's first and second, two away from this first pitch single from Travis d'Arnaud.
I actually just saw an interesting stat on the Trayvon Walker pick. He is the first player selected first overall in the common draft era. That's since 1967 that never made an all-conference or an all-American team.
I thought you were going to say to retire immediately. I am not going to play football. I'm out.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit.
And y'all will see that the draft update is scrolling underneath the score as well as we carry on. But Steven's going to keep us updated as well, as he'll let us know when it comes in immediately. First pitch to Duvall is low for a ball, and it's 1-0.
A 2 on here. They're really they really need to get some damage off of Smiley. He's been dealing so far. This is the best opportunity they've had in this game up to this point.
Cubs playing Duvall on a shift, and it's a curveball in the dirt, swung on over and missed, and it's 1-1. See, the New York Giants have said they will not exercise the 5th-year option on Daniel Jones. So that will be interesting to see if they take a quarterback in this draft. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Smiley and it's inside. Nice side by Duvall, and it's 2-1.
So the pick is in for the Texans, has not been announced yet, but you got to think they're going to go offensive line here.
I would think so. I would think the big man of NC State would have to be the pick, but you never know. That's a team that needs a quarterback as well. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt, and it's now 3-1 to Adam Duvall, who is yet to hit a home run, had 38 last year with Miami and Atlanta. Demerit stands on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 2, and that'll put you at a full count. That's the bad news. The good news is the runners will be going. Anything that reaches the outfield should score at least 1.
And before we get to this break here, assuming that the Braves don't keep it going, Texans have selected Derek Stingley with the number 3 overall pick, cornerback out of LSU.
Wow. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Runners are going, swung on and pulled foul, and it's do it again, full count, 3-2.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise there. I did not expect a cornerback to go that high overall, but
that's a huge surprise, especially after all the talk about Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely. I mean, it's considering the receivers that are in the AFC South, that's a great. I mean, it is a great move. So there's just in the Titans alone, you got AJ Brown and Robert Woods. Got Michael Pittman.
3-2 delivery on the way. Runners go, and it swung on and hit high and deep into left field. Going back on it is Happ. He's got plenty of room, gets underneath it, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. We'll head to the top of the 5th inning. Braves lead it 2-1.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
So, Skip, you've managed in 2,714. Something cool about that number in the minor.
I have
10 towns, 4 levels.
Oh, geez.
And now you're here. How does it feel? It was so cool to see you with that trophy. How did that feel?
No, it's surreal. I said I was always that guy that sat in my living room watching you guys play in the World Series and thinking, man, I would love to be there and experience the euphoria of what it feels like. You know, I just never thought that I'd be one of those guys that got to do this, honestly. And it's really cool. I'm telling you what, it exceeded all my expectations.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Sammy Sosa is one of the legendary home run hitters of the steroid era. He hit 60 home runs in 3 different seasons, but unbelievably didn't lead the league in any of those years. Every year, either Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds had more.
Small boys had admired other players. They worshipped Christy Matthews. He was the perfect hero for his age. He seemed to have sprung from the pages of the dime baseball novels American boys now devoured. Sports writers and fans across the country called him the Christian gentleman. No one did more to improve the reputation of the baseball player, and he did it with style.
Matheson would always wait until just about 10 minutes before game time. Then he'd come in from the clubhouse across the field in a long linen duster like auto drivers wore in those days. And at every step, the crowd will yell louder and louder.
He was a commanding presence on the mound, methodically directing the rhythm and pace of each game. He could throw a ball into a tin cup at pitching range, a player remembered, and he took a scientific approach to his work, carefully cataloging his pitches.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-1. Hayward, Wisdom, and Horners coming up to the plate. And we discussed something in the break. We're not going to go to commercial breaks during the middle innings, just at the bottom of innings. So give us time to kind of react to the draft, because these pitchers are moving at a lightning speed and the picks are coming in. Who is on the clock now, Steven? It's the Jets, right?
Yep, Jets, then Giants, then the Panthers.
First pitch on the way from Kyle Wright, and Jason Hayward takes it high. It's 1-0.
So yeah, Jets are still on the clock right now. No news on the picks so far, but definitely an interesting start to this draft. I mean, a lot of people did not have Stingley going this high, so seeing him at 3 is a very bold pick by Houston.
1-0 pitch is called for a ball 96 miles an hour and quickly working. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back up against the screen, and it's 2-1. Shout out to the Twitter account of Ghost of Frederick Freeman as he tweeted us out tonight. So here is the 2-1 count. It is called for a ball. It's now 3-1. Patrick Wisdom stands on deck. 3-1 delivery from Kyle Wright. He kicks and deals, and it's a fastball at the top of the zone. Upstairs for a strike. It's 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, Wright's at 61 pitches now. He's really going to need to tighten things up if he expects to go much longer in this game.
3-2 kick count is a fastball swung on and roasted into right field. Acuna's going to play it off the hop. He'll get it, fires it back in to the infield, and Jason Hayward has to slam on the brakes. Is a great play by Acuna, showing off his arm, and then Ozzie making the great backhanded stab, keeping the ball at second, just makes it a really loud, long single for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, Hayward ripped that, but it just took the perfect bounce off the wall. Acuna is able to get it back in, make the good transition to get it in Albies, and yeah, holds Hayward to a single. Fantastic job by the defense there.
I got a rock from that right field area in my possession when I went on the Braves tour. I made sure to stick one in my wallet. As my wife just shook her head and was like, "What?" I'm like, "Yes." Here's the first pitch to Wisdom, and it's a curveball swung on and missed. It's 0-1.
Still nothing on the Jets yet, but they can go a lot of different ways. I believe they have multiple picks in the first round.
They do. They have 2 picks in the top 10.
Yep, they have the
as do the Giants. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Wright, and it's another curveball swung on and miss, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, so the Jets have the 4th and the 10th pick. Giants have the 5th and the 7th. And one thing we've been keeping an eye out for, the over-under on SEC players taken was 10.5, minus 140 on the over. And so far, we've seen 2 of them in the first 3 picks. So that over is looking good right now.
Yeah, it almost seems like easy money. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a curveball had a little bit of a bite, almost like a slider. It's outside, and it's 1-2. Be interesting to see where the Jets go with these picks. So many needs, including another receiver. Maybe it's one of these picks to pair up with Elijah Moore. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball, and looked like it kissed the outside part of the zone, but Blue calls it a ball, and it's evens up the count at 2-2.
And the Jets pick is in. They went with Sauce Gardner, cornerback out of Cincinnati.
Wow. So he did go in the top 5. That was another one that I saw. I thought when Stingley was drafted, that was ending it. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on, popped up high and deep into left field. Going back is Demerit. He's got it, and he's going to gun it into second. And Jason Hayward thought about tagging up, slammed on the brakes, went back. The ball got away from Ozzie as it bounced off his glove, but Hayward had already retreated. Good job of backing it up by Riley, and there's one away in the Chicago 5th.
Yeah, and great throw by Demerit to keep Hayward at first base there.
That's
Hayward
not a guy that I would be testing. He's played right field his entire career in the minors and a little bit in the majors.
Yeah, I think he showed off why he's doing it there.
In fact, he was the Braves right fielder till some guy wearing 13 came back tonight. Funny how that works. Here's the first pitch from Kyle Wright, and it's a fastball down Main Street upstairs, and it's 0-1.
I think Demerit has a chance of sticking with the team long term, like as a starter throughout the season.
Yeah, he's 26, 27 years old. I don't think they want to bring Harris up. He's the young stud that everyone's looking for, is Will Harris, but they want to wait till next year on him. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's inside, and it looks like he got Horner sinker on the arm. I think it hit him on his protective gear, but still 94 miles an hour as we see the inside. No, actually, he lucked out. It barely skipped in between his arm and his rib cage, so it kind of just whistled by, but it did make contact on his jersey. So he'll take it. There's runners on first and second and one away.
Yeah, that pitch just ran a little bit too inside. I'm sure Horner is thankful that didn't hit his elbow, because he would have been on the ground.
I can't help but every time I hear Nico Horner's last name, I always think of the old great Atlanta Braves third baseman Bob Horner. Of course, it's not spelled the same, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Here's the first pitch from Wright, and it is a nasty changeup, drops off the table, and it's 0-1. Braves 2, Cubs 1, runners on first and second, one away. The Braves are playing a shift, but Ozzie is playing close to second, so they could turn two. Swanson's the Lone Ranger over on the left-hand side. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, and it is roasted over to Ozzie, who is playing perfectly. He guns down Hayward, doubles him off, and that'll end the inning. That ball was an atom ball, and great reflexes by Ozzie and Dansby to cover third. He just had to flip it over, cover second, excuse me. He just had to flip it over, and Hayward was out by about
half a step.
So that ends the inning. We are going to stay here and talk a little NFL draft, talk a little baseball as we are heading to the bottom of the fifth inning. The Braves lead it 2-1. You're going to have Demerit, Swanson, and Acuna coming up next. So don't go anywhere. So what have I missed here over in the land of the NFL draft? We've got, what have been the picks so far, Steven? If you could rattle them off to us real quick.
So Jaguars went Trayvon Walker first overall. Lions took Aiden Hutchinson. And then back-to-back cornerbacks. Derek Stingley went to the Texans and Sauce Gardner to the Jets. That leaves the Giants on the board, and they are heavily expected to go offensive tackle here. Still nothing in on the pick.
They're going to get a steal.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
nobody's no one's drafted a tackle.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's looking right now. It's going to be either Evan Neal or Charles Cross. I mean, like, you got to figure Neal's going to be the favorite, but we will see. Yeah, I mean, Giants heavily need some offensive line help, especially if they want to get if they want to see one more year out of Daniel Jones and get Saquon Barkley back up to his superstar status.
Has the kid from North Carolina State not been drafted yet?
No, he has not.
Wow. That is wow. But it looks like that they're, well, from what I see, I don't know who this is. Oh, never mind. That's Sauce Gardner running to the podium. I thought that was a player about to be drafted running towards but I recognize Sauce because he was talking about his chains on the red carpet earlier today. This thing has really become quite the television show.
Oh, I know. It's a major television event.
Here's the first pitch as we are back to action. Swung on and hit in the 5-6 hole. Yep, the ball's going to go off the glove of the shortstop and trickle into left field. I don't believe that'll be an error because that would have been a difficult play for Horner to make. And so Demerit's going to stand on first, which should be a leadoff single.
Yeah, I mean, like you would only almost need a very picky scorekeeper to rule out an error. Going backhand, trying like basically over in the third base area. That would have been an incredibly hard throw to get him out.
So we're about to get the answer to our question. I think they go Ikem Ekwonu. I think that's the pick, but we'll see what happens here.
Well, you are wrong. They went Kayvon Thibodeau.
Wow. All right. So they went defensive line. Okay. I guess they're seeing them come off the board and they chased. Here's the first pitch to Dansby Swanson, and it is a curveball inside taken for a ball, and it's 1-0.
I mean, like they still do have the 7th pick, so I mean, like you can almost feel that they, with the Panthers up now at 6, they're just going to take whatever tackle that the Panthers don't want. I mean, like you got to feel that they had a feeling that
and all
Panthers would have
Jones
gone Thibodeau.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's inside low, and it's 2-0. All Daniel Jones can say is, and y'all expect me to do better, but you don't draft me a tackle. You don't draft me a receiver. I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Braves lead it 2-0, bottom of the 5th. Demerit leads off first. Smiley kicks and delivers and swung on and pulled foul, and it's 2-1. Dansby Swanson hit his first home run of the year. If you're just joining us, it was a ball that got way too much of the plate, and Swanson gave it way too much of the seats as it went over in the left center field area below the Coca-Cola Center. And 2-1 pitch by Smiley's and curveball outside, just outside. It's 3-1.
And for those following the NBA playoffs, it's not looking good for the Raptors right now. They were keeping it close with Philly midway through the third quarter, but the 76ers are on a 15-0 run right now. Current score is 85-67 Philadelphia.
3-1 pitch on the way. Curveball below the knees, drops off the shelf, and Dansby Swanson spit on it, heads down to first. So you got runners on first and second, nobody out. And Acuna Matata, Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate, and the fans are at their feet. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 0 for 2 on the night. First game back from injury, as he was injured in July in Miami against the Marlins. The Cubs are going to have a powwow at the mound as the pitching coach and the entire infield talking about how they want to attack Acuna. First game back, but he's still Acuna. You don't want to lay one in there.
Yeah, I mean, like talk about being the fans on their feet. I'm on my feet right now. This is what you like what you want to see. Acuna, first big opportunity of the season. I'll see if he can deliver.
So Kayvon Thibodeau goes to the Giants. That is interesting. Looks like they're about to come back off the mound, and we're back to action. Acuna ground out, strikeout. Third time facing Drew Smiley, the soft tossing lefty's had a good night so far. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on, and it's roasted down the third base line. Just foul, and I mean just foul. It's 0-1.
I mean, like you could hear the collective gasp in the Brave Stadium there. They were ready to just absolutely explode.
Braves lead it by 1. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. You got speed on the bases. Demerit can fly. Swanson, we know he can run. 0-1 pitch is on the way and swung on and hit to the 5-6 hole off the backhand. Horner's going to flip it to third and get the force play, the only play he could have had. Acuna was flying down the line. And that'll put runners on first and second with 1 away. Demerit had no shot of beating out that throw.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a really big jam that Smiley needs to get out of here. Like Matt Olson coming up, and then you got Austin Riley, who already has that home run early in the first inning.
Olson 0 for 2 has been struggling a little bit for the last week, but we know he can hit lefties. One of the reasons why he was brought over. Here's the first pitch to Olson, and it's downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0.
And while we're waiting on the Panthers pick, a quick update from the New Orleans and Phoenix game. New Orleans is up by 10 points at halftime.
Wow, and that's with Booker coming back off an injury tonight. That's surprising.
Yeah, I mean, New Orleans has really looked good in this series. They're down 3-2, but if they keep this up, we're going to
1-0 pitch is on the way. The runners go and double steal. You got runners on first and second. They caught Smiley napping. Olsen knew it was coming too. Midway through the delivery, he stepped back and just said, "Let him go." And they stole it by a bunch. Contreras had no shot.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, like you saw it as soon as Smiley looked like he took one look back at Swanson. As soon as he looked at the plate, Swanson took off. There was no chance of getting either of those runners.
2-0 pitch on the way. He kicks it and zips it in there, but it bangs against the ground. It's now 3-0 to Matt Olson with big Austin Riley standing on deck.
Yeah, it looks like things are starting to fall apart here for Drew Smiley. He's got a
bullpen does have a righty warming up. Here's the pitch, and it swung on. 3-0 pitch. Bad swing by Olson. The infield was in, and it scooped up by Horner. Horner flips it over to first, and the runners stay put. There's 2 away. That was a bad swing by Olson.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it happens. I mean, especially on 3-0. You only gotta swing if that's a perfect pitch.
Yeah, it was on the outside part of the plate. It was a fastball. It was an outside part of the plate. I think he thought he was catching him with a, get me over pitch, but it was actually a pretty good pitch. Should have let that one go. They are going to head to the bullpen, and the Braves fans, of course, the lights drop and the phones come out and the tomahawk chop comes out. So while that's going on, let's stay here and talk about the draft. The Panthers, it says the Panthers pick is in, so we should know that momentarily. After the Panthers, is that the Jets pick or is that the Giants again?
Giants again, and then we have let's see. Yep, Giants, Falcons, Seahawks, and then the Jets again at 10. Nothing official yet, but I am hearing that I am seeing that it could be that offensive lineman from NC State being the pick here.
Absolute steal if they get him.
They got him, Ike Ekwonu, at number 6 for the Panthers.
I cannot believe that he fell that far in the draft. As an absolute steal. So whoever plays quarterback for the Panthers, along with Christian McCaffrey, they got to be happy now.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of talk that they were looking at Malik Willis here, but now I think their next best option is if Kenny Pickett falls to the second round. I've seen a lot of talks of him going there, and that would be a fantastic pick in the second round for him. One guy that's really been falling so far, that was like he was expected to go top 5, is Florida State's own Jermaine Johnson. He picked up a lot of steam late in draft season, but looks like the other teams preferred Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, I think Johnson could go top 10. I saw an interesting stat on him. He played more downs than any defensive lineman that's in the draft this year in a college football. So he's definitely not a guy that takes off plays. So back to the action is they're about to the Cubs go to the bullpen. Scott Effross is coming into the game, 7 innings, 2.57 ERA so far in this young season, 9 strikeouts, righty versus righty matchup. And Riley takes the first pitch way outside, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, like the Giants are on the clock now, especially with them going Thibodeau last pick. You almost have to assume they're going offensive lineman here because, I mean, it's still only been one off the board. They basically have their
1-0 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Going back is Hayward. He gets it just before the warning track, and the Cubs are out of trouble. So the Braves put a couple of on, but can't capitalize. We're going to head to break. When we come back, the Cubs grab the bats, trailing 2-1.
You could be like, I'm so sad. And somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1905, John McGraw and his Giants won the National League pennant again, and this time, when Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics took the American League Championship, he agreed to take them on in the World Series. His decision not to play the year before had cost his players $1,000 each, as much as 1/2 their yearly salaries. Mathewson, who had won 31 games that season, easily deceived the hitters on the Athletics in the series, pitching a record 3 shutouts in 6 days, 27 innings, and not a single run. The greatest pitching performance in World Series history. The Giants easily beat Philadelphia, 4-1. With Christy Mathewson, New York looked unbeatable.
Mathewson was the greatest pitcher who ever lived. It was wonderful to watch him pitch when he wasn't pitching against you, Connie Mack.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Cubs 2-1. We've got NFL draft action, NBA playoffs going on. Most of Major League Baseball, except for this game, is in the books for the day. Kyle Wright hanging in there. Hasn't had his best stuff, but he's at 71 pitches, top of the 6th inning, throws the first pitch, and it is a sinker fouled back out of play to to Suzuki, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, quick update on the other game going on in baseball tonight. Cardinals are up 5-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's in the top of the 4th inning.
0-1 pitch from Wright. He kicks and deals, and it is a sinker at the knees, and it's 0-2. Wright's really starting to get into his zone. It's the definition. You know a guy's become a good pitcher when they say you got to get to him early, because the more he's pitched, the more he's figured it out tonight. And starting to cruise along here. You wonder how long to let him go.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was losing some confidence and control in the second and third innings, but he's definitely picked it up here.
0-2 pitch on the way, swung on by Suzuki, pulled foul, and it's 0-2.
I gotta say the happiest guy so far tonight has to be Sam Darnold. Panthers don't pick again until pick 137, so it is unlikely they find the quarterback of the future in this draft, or at least quarterback for this year.
0-2 pitch from right and swung on strike three. It was the curveball, inner part of the plate. He just could not connect, and there's one away. 6 strikeouts for Mr. Wright. Striking out Suzuki is not an easy task, and that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Ian Happ.
Yeah, Suzuki just looked lost there. He somehow he was behind on that curveball and just had no idea what to do there, just swung out of desperation.
What a great signing by the Cubs this year. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on, and that ball is a worm burner to the outfield. Ball rolls over to Acuna. Acuna scoops it up, and it's a 1-out single for Ian Happ. Braves 2, Cubs 1, and that is going to bring the dangerous bat of Wilson Contreras to the plate.
And Giants' next pick is in. Giants win Alabama offensive tackle Evan Neal at number 7.
Well, that's what happens when you I felt like that was a little bit of a reach on the defensive ends part. So you got to go get the second best offensive tackle in the draft. So here comes the first pitch from Kyle Wright, and it's a fastball at the knees. Nice pitch. And it's 0-1.
I mean, it is, but it's not.
It's still not a terrible pick. I mean, let's be honest. It's an Alabama lineman. You can't go wrong.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I like, it's not as not what fantasy players want to see too much, but they get a top picks on their offensive and defensive line. The way to win this in the NFL is to build through the trenches, and the Giants look like they're doing that so far.
0-1 pitch is on the way, swung on and missed, and Ian Happ was going on the play, but he just got a piece of it, so he fouled it back, and it's 0-2. Ian Happ, I think he had that base stolen. Runners have been able to steal at will on Darnold this year. He did throw out his second runner of the year last night. Manny Pena, the backup catcher coming over from Milwaukee, is really known as the defensive catcher with quite an arm. But Darnold's bat is just way too important. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, Darno he's had his struggles with staying healthy over the years, but when in the lineup, he's been one of the best catching bats in the league for, I'd say, the past 10 years.
Absolutely, and especially where he sits in the Braves lineup. They've got him locked up for one more year past this year. After that, they're expecting one of their young studs down on the farm to be ready to be ready. Wilson Contreras' younger brother, William. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Wright's going to spin and fire it over to first. Happ quickly back. We'll do it again at 0-2.
So with the Falcons on the clock here, they're rumored to go Malik Willis. This is really going to set the tone for the rest of the draft. If they go quarterback here, we may see a run on it coming soon, but if not, it'll be real interesting to see where Willis falls.
So you Atlanta sports fans will keep you updated when the Falcons make their pick. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on and fouled back off the hands inside, and it's 0-2. The guy that's got to be happy about that Evan Neal pick is Saquon Barkley, no?
Yeah, I mean, they got Andrew Thomas in the draft last year, and Thomas was an Alabama tackle as well, right?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, no, he went to Georgia. My bad.
Wasn't he at one point Alabama and then transferred over to Georgia? I believe. I might have him confused with someone else. Here's the 0-2 pitch to right, and it's a sinker in the dirt taken for a ball, and it's 1-2. Braves lead it 2-1, a 1-2 count on Contreras. And Wright at just 81 pitches on the night. If he can get out of this quickly, we might see him in the 7th. I don't expect it, but we could see it.
He's only at 81 pitches. I mean, like he could easily go another inning or two. Like if he can keep working quick, he's got the bottom of the order coming up. And to confirm, Andrew Thomas was at Georgia his whole career.
Okay. I must have him confused with someone else. Anyways, back to the action. 1-2 count to Kyle Wright as he flips over to first, easily underneath it. So here comes the 1-2 pitch, and kicks and fires, and it's a fouled curveball up against the backstop, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
I mean, as a Giants fan, you got to be thrilled getting those, getting arguably the top offensive lineman and one of the top defensive linemen, especially after years of incompetency with Dave Gettleman.
Braves lead it 2-1, 1-2 count on Wilson Contreras. Inching off of first base is Happ. Here's the delivery, and it swung on and grounded to Dansby. It's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. Contreras wants to challenge it. He thinks he's safe. We'll take a quick look at the replay monitor.
I mean, that was close. I mean, Swansby could have definitely had a cleaner exchange there.
I believe Contreras beat it by about a half step. He definitely beat it. His foot is on the bag, and he's actually crossing over the bag before the ball is in Olson's glove. Olson tried to help him out and stretch for it, but he can only go so far without the ball going over his head.
Yeah, no, that's clearly safe.
Remember, just a few short years ago, we'd be screaming from the hills about this, but thanks to replay, it's you kind of lost a little something, I think. But they're gonna go to the replay. I do believe it'll get overturned. But let's stay here. The Atlanta Falcons, their pick is in the NFL draft, and we're awaiting the word any second.
It is not quarterback Malik Willis. They went with the top receiver on their board, and they are selecting USC wide receiver Drake London.
Wow.
I did not see that one coming. They must have a lot of faith in Marcus Mariota.
Or they really like someone that they believe is going to fall in the draft. That's the only thing I can think of there. So they are...
For people that are rostering,
call him safe. So Jonathan Villar is going to come to the plate now, and runner on first, 2 away, 86th pitch of the night from Wright, and it is a cutter right down the heart of the plate, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, no, my people in fantasy that have Kyle Pitts have got to be absolutely jumping out, just jumping for joy. He was double teamed so much last year. The offense really revolved around him.
Except you got Mariota throwing to him. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on. Looked like the sinker's just over the top of it, and it's 0-2. Could they play?
That's going to be a fun offense.
Could they be in play for a Baker Mayfield?
I don't think so. I'm still thinking he's going to go to Carolina. I think we could see more Jimmy Garoppolo than Mayfield in Atlanta.
0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Strike 3, the 7th strikeout of the night for Kyle Wright, as he'll head to the dugout. We're going to stay right here, talk a little NFL draft, as the bottom of the 6th is on the way. Ozuna, Albies, and Darnold will be coming up. We're going to stay right here. So you got the Seahawks on the board now, right?
That is correct.
So if you could run it for us real quick, Steven, the first 8 picks of the draft.
So number 1, we got Trayvon Walker to the Jaguars, defensive end. Number 2, defensive end Aiden Hutchinson to the Detroit Lions. Derek Stingley, number 3, cornerback out of LSU. Sauce Gardner, cornerback out of Cincinnati, going to the Jets. At 5, the Giants went Kayvon Thibodeau, edge rusher out of Oregon. Ike Ekonwu, offensive tackle from NC State, went to the Carolina Panthers. Giants, their 7th pick went Evan Neal, offensive tackle from Alabama. And the Atlanta Falcons, with the most recent pick, went wide receiver Drake London out of USC. And so with the Seahawks here,
one receiver either, so that's the other reason why I don't love that pick. But I'm more of a Jameson Williams guy. I know he's going to be out until probably about midway through the season, but the sky is the limit for that kid. I don't know if Georgia beats Alabama if Jameson stays healthy.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
Braves are leading here 2-1. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. And as soon as they come back to action, we will be back on the call. We're just kind of hanging out here tonight in between innings. We're trying to catch you up to date on the NFL draft, which is been surprising so far. First of all, no quarterbacks taken and only 1 wide receiver, correct?
Correct. That was London with the last pick. I mean, technically, we did have a quarterback selected so far. The Broncos, in essence, used this number 9 pick to trade for Russell Wilson. So it'll be interesting to see where Seattle goes here.
Well, they've got the pick of the litter, don't they? This will tell you right now where Pete Carroll's head's at. I mean, is he going to stay long-term and develop a quarterback, or?
I mean, the thinking is
we are back to action, and Marcell Ozuna takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1.
I mean, the 3 main players that were connected to the Seahawks so far have been Thibodeau, Ekonwu, and Charles Cross, and the only one left from that bunch is Charles Cross. He's an offensive lineman.
0-1 pitch is a fastball inside, sizzles just under the chin of Ozuna, and it's 1-1. Scott Effross is still in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely got to be a an effect of that three batter rule.
1-1 pitch is outside, and it's 2-1. Well, the 3 batter rule is thrown out when the innings end. So,
okay.
You only have to face 1 batter if the inning ends. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Scott Effross, 2.45 ERA. He kicks and fires, and it is a fastball slider outside, and it is now 3-1. Effross kind of throws it's not a true submarine, but it's a 3/4 delivery. So you got to figure he's going to face Ozuna and Riley, but they may not want him facing Albies. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it swung on and going into shallow right field on the run. Rivas makes one heck of a catch over his shoulders. Ozuna can't believe it, standing at first base with his hands on his hip, as I don't even know if Rivas's eyes were open. It was a Willie Mays type over the shoulder catch. Heck of a catch with a first base glove by Rivas.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic play. I mean, I'm sure Ozuna was thinking that was going to drop. He was probably looking for 2, but Rivas makes a absolutely wonderful catch halfway out to right field.
That ball does drop. He might get to, because that ball might get kicked away. I mean, that was an all or nothing. The right fielder was never going to get there. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's outside, called for a ball. They are going to leave him in there, and it's 1-0. Ozzie, much more dangerous from the right side of the plate as far as power, but 1-0 delivery, and swung on and hit down the right field line. Is it fair? It bends foul and into the seats. Almost a 2-bagger, even 3-bagger possibly, but the ball just curls foul, and it's 1-1. He was on that. New York Minute.
So the pick for the Seahawks is in. I'm not seeing what the actual announcement yet. That we should expect that one shortly.
1-1 pitch to Ozzie, facing the shift, and fastball outside, swung on and fouled back against the screen, and it's 1-2.
And as I say that, Seahawks will select Mississippi State offensive tackle Charles Cross at number 9.
Okay. My prediction may come true on the quarterbacks. I said on the pregame show I thought only 2 would go in the first round. I don't think any of these quarterbacks are something you bend your franchise for.
No, I mean, this is definitely a weak year, and I mean, especially compared to next year. Man, like if you need a quarterback, next 2023 is the draft to be picking from.
Yeah, Jordan Travis should be coming out. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie. He kicks and delivers and swung on, strike 3. Slider on the outside part of the plate, could not make contact, and there's 2 away.
I thought you were going to say James Blackman for a second.
Hey, I don't know where he is, but he could definitely be out there. He's got to have an 8th year of eligibility he's going to burn up this year.
I could see him.
Travis Darnode comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 on the night. And he will also face Efros as they're going to try to get 4 outs out of Efros. Here's the first pitch. It's on the way, and it's inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
So now the Jets are up with the number 10 pick, and they are heavily expected to go wide receiver here. The pick I've been hearing the most to them will be Garrett Wilson out of Ohio State. But I mean, James, like you said, Jameson Williams is still out there. He'd be a great
pitch is
compliment.
swung on and grounded back to the pitcher. He backhands it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So that'll put us to the bottom of the 6th inning. We're heading to the top of the 7th. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves lead it 2-1.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least 1 at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Thirsty Thursdays. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com. Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and Kyle Wright is going to try to give it a go and give us one more inning. We're heading to the top of the 7th inning. Braves lead it just 2-1. Kyle Wright with 86 pitches on the night, and he'll be facing Alfonso Rivas, Jason Hayward, and Patrick Wisdom to start the inning off. And
yeah, I mean, like this is the part of the order like you want to let Wright try to get through.
First pitch is a changeup outside Rivas was showing bunt, pulled it back. It's 1-0. Pitch is on the way, and it is a changeup, similar spot, a little closer to the plate, but it's taken for a ball. It's 2-0.
And the Jets pick is in, and this almost seals the fate for basically saying the Jets will not be trading for Deebo Samuel. They select Ohio State wide receiver Garrett Wilson, number 10 overall.
2-0 pitch is outside fastball, 95 miles an hour, and it's 3-0. Wright not starting off good here in the top of the 7th. He has not worked this deep yet. Here's the 3-0 pitch from Wright, and it's a fastball right down Main Street, taken all the way for a strike, and it's 3-1. Three-one delivery from Wright. He kicks and fires, and it's a fastball just inside, just missed off the plate. And it's a 5-pitch walk. The Braves do have Darren O'Day warming up in the Braves bullpen. So how long of a leash will they give Wright? That brings the left-handed power bat of Jason Hayward to the plate. Jason Hayward has not gone yard yet this year. He is batting .294. We do know he's capable of getting into one, especially that short porch in right field. He's 1 for 1 with a walk. And the 2-1 delivery is on the way. And nasty curveball clips the zone, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, you got to think that they're going to let him go here. If he allows one more base runner, then it'll be a time for O'Day with 2 righties coming up to the plate.
0-1 pitch from Wright, and it swung on. It's an Adam ball to Wright. He flips it over to Dansby standing on second. Dansby flips it over to first, and it's a double play. A 1-6-3 double play to kill that rally, and there's 2 away in the Chicago 7th.
Yeah, I mean, great job out right there. It was completely on his arm side, and he was just able to pick it out of the air and get that double play. He really needed that.
We will do the 7th inning stretch and then not take the commercial break in the bottom of the 7th inning so that Steven will be able to catch you up to speed with what's going on in the draft as the picks are starting to come in a little faster. There's 2 away now. Kyle Wright versus Wisdom. Wisdom takes the 95-mile-an-hour fastball, fouls it over the first base dugout, and it's 0-1.
It almost got me excited for a second. Made maybe feel like I was in the show.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's high. Taken for a ball, it's 1-1. I don't know who I'm confused. There's a Steven Wright out there in the world. I'm trying to remember where I know that name from.
Oh, yeah, that's going to kill me.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Kyle, and it's a fastball pulled foul, and Wisdom's in the hole. It's 1-2.
Thinking of the stand-up comic?
Yeah, that's who it is. I could only see the name in my head. I couldn't even see the face. I was like that. There's a Steven Wright out there, and I don't know what made me say it. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curveball. Yak him. Sit him down. That is strikeout number 8 for Kyle Wright, and that'll end the inning. That'll probably do it for the night for him. We'll be back in a flash here. The Braves lead it 2-1. Time to stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see you. She'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 scratch around at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. So just to cheer up the boys, she knew he made the gang sing this song. Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. We play that 7th inning stretch at every game, but it means a little more when you're playing the Cubs, the great Harry Carey. And we are back to action. Efros is going to go back out there again. He'll face Adam Duvall, and it's a first pitch strike right down the heart of the plate. It's 0-1.
And quick update, Washington Commanders were on the clock with the 11th pick. They have traded back with the Saints. So the Saints are now on the clock. Washington will pick 16th, and they got an extra 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder out of that deal.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is rifled into the Cubs dugout, bangs against their gate, and it's 0-2. That's got to be quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you trade up here and don't go quarterback.
So it'll be interesting to see who they loved. Are they going to take the project from the kid out of Liberty? Or are they going to take the kid ready to roll, Kenny Pickett? Or would they go with kind of a hometown kid when you consider how close Ole Miss is? Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's way outside, and it's 1-2. Matt Corral would be an interesting pick as well.
I mean, there's a lot of potential with Willis, and I mean, Pickett did show a lot last year, but I really think Corral can end up being the best quarterback out of this draft.
1-2 delivery to Duvall, and it is a slider way outside, and it's 2-2. Braves 2, Cubs 1. Mac McGee here alongside Stephen Troche. We're bringing you MLB Game of the Week. MLB Game of the Week here every week on Thursday night. And then we have Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is fouled back out of play, and it's 2-2. Next week, Tones Areola will be back with us. And you got a 2-2 count to Duvall as they had to get a new ball. So we had a little bit of a delay here. Here's the delivery, and swung on and hit high and deep into left field. Going back to the warning track is Happ. And he'll get it for the out, for out number 1. I thought he got a hold of that at first.
Wow. Saints traded up and did not take a quarterback.
Is it the safety out of Notre Dame?
Ohio State wide receiver Chris Olave.
Wow. Okay. So the Jameis Winston era continues.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a fun one with Michael Thomas coming back. They still have Alvin Kamara. I mean,
First
that may
pitch
be
is a strike across the letters to Demerit, and it's 0-1.
That may be a very interesting offense to look out for this year. So Winston showed a lot of promise before he got hurt.
Braves lead at 2-1. Slimmest of margins, bottom of the 7th, and that ball is swung on and fouled down the third base line, and it's 0-2. Next week, 6:45 first pitch, an early game. The Mets at the Phillies. That should be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, another trade coming in. Lions have traded up, and they are now on the clock again.
0-2 pitch is on the way, swung on, and strike 3. Nice pitch by Efros, and there's 2 away. This has got to be a quarterback, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking they were surprised that Malik Willis is still there, and they're taking their shot.
What
Details of the
quarterback
trade.
is biting kneecaps this year?
Oh, and random, the Stephen Wright you were thinking of was the Red Sox pitcher from a few years ago, knuckleballer.
That's right. That's right. It's one of the last knuckleballers in the game at the time. I don't even know if he's still in the game.
No,
Dansby Swanson steps into the box. There's 2 away. Dansby's 1 for 1 on the night with the home run. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on, and he fists it the other way against the shift. There's nobody standing between first and second, and Dansby Swanson's 2 for 2. Have yourself a night, Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, it looks like he's finally starting to catch back on.
When Dansby's hitting the ball the other way, that's when he's at his best. You know, you think of a couple of the home runs he had in the postseason. When he goes the other way, and he just leaned into it. And in Dansby's defense, he had been hitting a couple of balls really hard. They finally start dropping, and that's going to bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna, welcome back, Ronald, as he's 0 for 3 on the night, but great to see him. It's almost surreal. It's been so long without him on the field, you almost forget what it looks like. Efros is going to throw it over to first to try to keep Dansby close. Dansby easily back. We're getting set for the first pitch. Acuna versus Scott Efros, who's dropped his ERA, by the way, down to 2 tonight. Off to a great start. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball, the MLB play of the game of the week. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on, and it is dropped into right field, and that's the first hit of the year for Acuna. And Dansby's on his horse. He's going, baby. He is safe at third base. Runners on the corners. Acuna just served it out into right field, and Dansby didn't break stride, and the Braves have him on the corners with 2 away.
Yeah, it's got to feel great for Acuna to get that first hit, get that little monkey off his back, and Braves are looking dangerous again here.
He's been in a heck of a slump, hasn't had a base hit in 9 months. So Braves 2, Cubs 1. Matt Olson's coming to the plate, and they are going to go to the bullpen. So we're going to stay right here because Steven's got to catch us up on what in the heck is going on in the NFL draft, as there's been a lot of movement. Last time we talked about this, let's just take it from the Falcons pick at number 8 on down.
All right, so the Falcons, they went, let me pull that back up. Falcons went Drake London, receiver out of USC. Seahawks went Charles Cross, offensive tackle out of Mississippi State. The Jets went Garrett Wilson, wide receiver out from Ohio State. And then the Saints traded up with Washington at the number 11 spot. Take a second back-to-back Ohio State wide receiver and Chris Olave. And now the Detroit Lions traded up with Minnesota, and they are now on the clock. The pick is in. They traded the 32nd, 34th, and 66th pick to move up to number 12. Their pick is in, and still it hasn't been announced yet.
That is
oh, wait.
That's a haul.
The Lions will select Alabama wide receiver Jamison Williams.
Great pick. Absolutely great pick. I don't know if I want to give up all that, but great pick.
Yeah. back-to-back trades to get 2 wide receivers. I mean, this is a pretty deep wide receiver class. That is a very surprising development.
So they traded their pick, the last pick in the draft, right? I mean, the last pick in the first round.
Correct. The last pick in the first round, the second pick in the second round, and 66 overall. I believe that's the third round pick.
And that was.
And then they also got a number 46 back from the Vikings.
You don't see a lot of division trades like that. That's interesting. I'll tell you something else that would have been a scary thought. What if you stay there and you're the Vikings and you grab Williams and you have Jefferson, Thielen, Williams when he gets healthy, and Cook? You couldn't stop that offense.
Yeah, I mean, teams have a hard enough time stopping just Jefferson alone. That'd be a nightmare to face. But I mean, it's a good move for the Vikings. They need help so many other places if they truly want to compete.
We are back, by the way, and the Cubs have gone to Chris Martin out of the pen. Martin, the ex-Brave, has appeared in 7 games so far this year, 6 innings and a 4.05 ERA. He came in and had a clean inning last night against the Braves. Looked really good. Of course, he received his ring along with the starter tonight, Drew Smiley. Both of them got their championship ring last night. It's always cool to see these players, even when they go to other teams. You know, there won't be a dry eye in the house when the Dodgers come to town.
No.
So that's going to bring Matt Olson to the plate. And Matt Olson, the big lefty, he's got runners on the corners. Dansby at third, Acuna at first. Here's the first pitch, and it's inside. Olson's got a jump back jack, and it's a cutter. 1-0.
And the shocks just keep on coming. Philadelphia has traded up with Houston. They moved up 2 spots into the number 13 slot. They are now on the clock.
I guess we'll find out how confident they are in their quarterback play. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is look like it was Acuna goes. Acuna's going to steal. Acuna's got the first stolen base of the young season, and that ball is called for a ball, and it's 2-0. Acuna said pregame earlier today, was quoted by a couple of beat writers, that he was going to run this year, that he felt like his legs were stronger. So,
yeah, I mean, there was definitely a lot of hesitation in the fantasy community about whether Acuna would keep up that the aggressiveness on the base path with that leg injury, but good to see so far. He already has 2 on the season, so 2 on the night. They're going to
automatically walk Olson now, as they're going to load the bases to face Austin Riley, who's already gone bonkers earlier tonight. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it is a nasty slider, swung on and just got a piece of it, but fouled into the catcher's mitten out of the mid. It's 0-1. I mean, Riley is a 300 batter with 2 grand slams lifetime with the bases loaded.
Imagine how you got to feel as Chris Martin. You get to avoid Matt Olson, but to get to Austin Riley, that's a tough proposition.
0-1 pitch is outside, fastball, 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Riley has done a good job this year also at hitting the ball the other way. He's gone the other way a couple. They've got him set to pull, not an exaggerated pull with the bases loaded. The 278 hitters ready for the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on and pulled over to third and right into the glove of Winston. Wisdom is going to step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten again, but a lot left on base. Atlanta leads at 2-1. We're going to stay right here to try to get you caught up on what's going on in the world of sports and the NFL draft. See if I can pull up the scoreboard real quick while we.
Yeah, it's been absolute madness. There's been 3 picks in a row. 3 of the past 4 picks. Actually, no, 3. The last 3 picks have been wide receivers.
let me hit the scoreboard real quick and then get us caught up from picks 8 on or 10 on, excuse me. Rays win 2-1 earlier today. They beat the Mariners. Cardinals 5-0. They lead it in the bottom of the 6th inning against the Diamondbacks. Yankees beat the Orioles 10-5. Blue Jays 1-0 winners over the Red Sox. Brewers 3-2 winners over the Pirates. Padres 7, Reds 5. Phillies 7-1 winners over the Rockies. They have a 3-game set with the New York Mets this weekend. Marlins over the Nationals 3-2. Twins 7-1 winners over the Tigers. Minnesota red hot. Astros 3-2 over the Rangers as Justin Verlander gets another W. The Royals 5-2 in extras over the White Sox. The Angels beat the Guardians 4-1 over in the National Basketball Association. Their playoffs are going on right now, and Philadelphia's all over Toronto 128-97. That game's almost a final. Make it 132-97. And Suns have a 1-point lead on the Pelicans. That game is in the 4th. Jazz Mavericks later tonight.
And
What you got going on in the draft, my man?
So picking up from the 8th pick, Atlanta Falcons went wide receiver with Drake London from USC. Seahawks went Charles Cross of offensive tackle, Mississippi State. Number 10, the New York Jets went Garrett Wilson, Ohio State. New York Saints traded up into the 11th spot to get Chris Olave, wide receiver, Ohio State. And the Lions went Jamison Williams, wide receiver from Alabama. That's 3 wide receivers of the last 4 picks. And a number 13 spot, 3rd trade in a row, Philadelphia Eagles traded up. And they have taken defensive tackle Jordan Davis.
AJ Mentor comes in from the bullpen, and the night shift is at work, and the first pitch is called for a strike outside 97 miles an hour on the black. It's 0-1. Mentor's going to face Horner, Ortega, and Suzuki to lead off the 8th. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2.
And just keeping track on that, the SEC players taken, we like the over-under was at 10.5. And we with that Jordan Davis pick, we are now at 6 SEC players taken in the first 13 picks.
Interesting.
Still no quarterback yet.
0-2 pitch from Mentor to Horner. He kicks and fires, and it swung on, popped up on the infield. It's a can of corn. Ozzy's underneath it, and Ozzy Albies makes the first out here in the top of the 8th.
Great start from Mentor there. Able to get Horner chasing the fastball up high. Wasn't able to get the strikeout, but that's an easy out for Albies. That's 1 out, brings up top of the order.
For folks who aren't familiar with what I'm talking about, the Braves nicknamed their bullpen the night shift during their run last year in the playoffs and on to win the World Series. There's a lot of debate on who came up with the nickname, but there are t-shirts. I really want one of the t-shirts. Here's the first pitch from Mentor, and it is a fastball just outside the zone and high. It's 1-0. Frank Schwindel has checked into the game. Schwindel batting .239, but does have 2 home runs from the right side of the plate. Mentor throws a changeup outside, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if this run on trades keeps up. The Ravens were rumored to, or like they even admitted themselves, they're about 60-40 on trading. They are currently on the clock, and I mean nothing's come in yet. So
2-0 pitch is a fastball swung on and missed, blew it right by him, and it's 2-1. 96 miles an hour, upper part of the zone.
I mean, like you almost got to think that they go Jermaine Johnson here. This is they were mocked. It was mocked to have Kayvon Thibodeau dropping to them. a lot in the
Darno
draft
sets
season.
up outside the 2-1 delivery, and fastball swung on and missed 97 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Schwindel is in for Ortega, the designated hitter. So Suzuki is on deck.
Yeah, definitely trying to avoid that lefty-lefty matchup.
Minter's definitely a tough customer against lefties. He's got that 97 mile an hour fastball. He also has that wipeout slider. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on, pulled to the right side, left side. Dansby's got it, scoops it, does kind of a twirl, fires it over to first, and there's 2 away in the Chicago 8th. Excuse me.
Yeah, fantastic play. So like Swanson just had he had to go to his left. Didn't get in it was too far out for him to just set his feet normally, and with a spin, great throw, great play by Swanson.
Dansby Swanson, free agent at year's end. Will be interesting to see if they do re-sign him. He's a fan favorite in Braves country for a number of reasons. He was one of the first trades that he came across. It was kind of the rebuild, but also he's from the Atlanta area. Here's the first pitch to Suzuki, and it's a fastball at the top of the zone, taken for a strike. Excuse me. It's 0-1. But of course, Swanson played college baseball not too far up the road in Nashville, Tennessee, with the Vanderbilt Commodores.
So, like some non-draft NFL news, the first Thursday night game of the year on Amazon will be Chargers and Chiefs.
So
that
they
should be a
have
real fun one. Yep.
They have announced it. That's interesting. I knew it was supposed to be announced sometime tonight. 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Change up, low in the zone, and it's 0-2. 0-2 delivery from Minter to Suzuki. He kicks and fires, and it's off the plate. Change up, and it's 1-2.
And the Baltimore Ravens pick is in. They have selected Notre Dame safety Kyle Hamilton.
That seems like a Baltimore Ravens type of pick, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%.
1-2 kick and fire, and swung on, strike 3. That'll set him down as Minter pitches a clean inning, and the Braves will go to the bats. Ozuna, Albies, and Darno are on the way. We're going to stick right here and talk the NFL draft. Try to wrap my head around what's all going on here. So have we missed any other picks that have gone on here recently?
No. So the one right before this was Jordan Davis to Philadelphia, and then Kyle Hamilton was just picked within the last 30 seconds by the Ravens.
So up next is what, the Eagles?
No, they traded out. So I believe it is Washington. Houston is on the clock. Houston, then Washington. And for Braves fans who didn't get to see that last strikeout, tune into Pitching Ninja later. That will definitely be on there, and that'll be a candidate for Sword of the Week. That was a fantastic pitch by Minter. So going back to starting with the number 10 pick, we have the Jets going Garrett Wilson out of Ohio State, followed by the Saints trading up to take Chris Olave, his teammate at Ohio State. And the number 12, Lions traded up to get Jameson Williams, from wide receiver from Alabama, followed by another trade by the Philadelphia Eagles. They moved up to get Jordan Davis, defensive tackle from Georgia. And the Ravens stand pat, ending that run of trades, selecting safety Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame. Instant playmaker, and is just the most Ravens pick you could ever imagine.
So up next, you've got the Texans at 15, because Baltimore has already made their pick, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Houston's on the clock, followed by the
throwing me off
Washington.
is, and I just can't. I'm gonna switch over to the NFL Network. I've got ESPN going, and they're at a snail's pace. They just announced the Eagles pick.
Oh, wow.
In fact, the NFL, no, okay. The NFL is actually a little ahead. They're just showing the pick, but Yeah, that's what was throwing me off. I thought, man, Jordan Davis. Is that Jordan Davis? That is a really strange tuxedo that man has. He looks. He looks like he's working there. Not. He doesn't look. It's got a red stripe across the tuxedo. I guess maybe it's the Georgia Bulldog thing. So I can respect that, but it's a strange look. We're back to action. Bottom of the 8th. Ozuna comes up and Dave Roberts comes out of the pen. And here's the first pitch, and it's inside, almost clips Ozuna, 95 miles an hour. He leans out of the way, and it's 1-0.
That is actually Ethan Roberts that came out of the pen. Dave Roberts he still has his job as the coach of the Dodgers. Man, wouldn't that be interesting to see? Dave Roberts coming out of retirement to be a pitcher. You said Dave Roberts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That looked like he got a piece of Ozuna there. Surprised they didn't give him the base.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Ozuna, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, he just got he had that fastball inside first pitch, and then got him chasing that slider away. Beautiful pitch by Roberts.
Here's the 1-1 pitch by Roberts, and it swung on and fouled down the third base line. And it's 1-2. Braves 2, Cubs 1. One-two delivery on the way to Ozuna, and fastball swung on and hit into right field. Suzuki's on the run. He'll backhand it, keep Ozuna from going much further than first, but the Braves have a leadoff single to begin the 8th inning.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see if they can get anything going here. They've had a lot of innings so far with a bunch of runners on base, but the only 2 runs they've scored have been those solo shots by Riley and Swanson.
I know why I said Dave, because David Robertson's in the Chicago pen as well, the ex-New York Yankees closer. So that's mixed them up in my head. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies, and it is swung on and fouled off his leg. It's 0-1.
Quick NBA update. 76ers advanced to the second round. They beat the Raptors 132-97. And the Suns and Pelicans get a great game. 2 minutes left. 101-100. Phoenix up. And they are up 3-2 in the series.
Wow. Ozzie Albies getting set for the 0-1 pitch. As everyone resets, they get a new ball. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on. Similar pitch, similar result, curveball, and Ozzie bangs it against his leg again. It's 0-2. Will Smith is warming up in the Braves bullpen. He could be coming on to close the game out.
So we do have an update. The Texans have selected Texas A&M offensive lineman Kenyon Green at number 15.
0-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie. And rocks and fires it, pulls it over to the right side, and the ball is off the glove of first baseman Rivas. The ball bounces in the air and it is scooped by Villar. He'll put out Ozzie at first in a strange play, but Ozuna will make it to second base on the ricochet.
Yeah, I mean, like that right there shows the importance of just playing your part and backing up fielders. Rivas just got like that ground ball ate him up, but Villar was right there to catch the rebound and get the out at first base.
Fortunate break for the Cubs because the ball goes off the toe of Rivas as his momentum was carrying him backwards. Just happened to go. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud. D'Arnaud is going to step into it, rips it up against the center field wall. Around third comes Ozuna. He's going to score. And into second base is Travis d'Arnaud. with a 1-out double. The Braves lead it 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, great piece of hitting there. Roberts left a fastball over the middle. Darno just got just about all of it. One hops to the wall. 3-1 Braves.
Great piece of hitting by Darno. When he's hot, he's hot. And
107 off the bat.
He absolutely, he was sitting on that. Looked like it was the slider. He absolutely sat on it and stuck it to the wall. No chance for Hayward to get it. He was playing way too shallow. So he was trying to prevent Ozuna from scoring. So that's going to bring up Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall comes to the plate. He's been hitting the ball hard, but he's been hitting a lot of Adam balls. Here's the first pitch to Duvall, and it's inside 95 miles an hour off the plate. It's 1-0.
And now we got a real big surprise. The Baltimore Ravens have traded pick number 100 and Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals for pick number 23.
That is really strange, but okay.
I mean,
here's the 1-0 pitch to Duvall, and kicks and fires fastball high and just out of the zone. It's 2-0. And Arizona must be trying to save money or something. Hollywood Brown's not worth the number 1 pick.
I mean, they do have D-Hop there. He's easily an upgrade over Christian Kirk in that offense. And
I would rather take my chances with a rookie wide receiver.
Well, I mean, like the top 4 are off the board. I mean, no one up there is going to compare to what Hollywood can bring to that offense.
2-0 pitch to Duvall, swung on and missed, and strike 1. It's 2-1. Braves 3, Cubs 1. Darno hit a double over Hayward's head to bring in Ozuna, who was only standing on second because of a bad defensive play by the Cubs first baseman Rivas. He was fortunate that there was the ricochet into Villar's Glover. This could really be ugly. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's fouled back into the glove of Contreras. He drops it, but it's 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, with that trade the Ravens just made, you almost got to think that they're going to try to flip that number 23 pick into Deebo Samuel. He would be a fantastic fit on that offense with Lamar Jackson in their run first style.
Deebo Samuel to where?
Baltimore.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying Arizona. I don't see them trading him in division. That would be wild. 2-2 pitch after the catcher and pitcher get on the same page. They were having a little meeting at the mound, and it is slider outside and full count to Adam Duvall. Travis Demerit stands on deck. They may be pitching around Duvall. You've got Demerit on deck, but you also have Dansby Swanson, who is 2 for 2 tonight, standing in the hole with just 1 away.
Yeah, I mean, he's arguably been Atlanta's best hitter tonight.
Absolutely. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Roberts, and it swung on and hit high, going back, up against the wall. Zip, boom, bam, that baby's gone. A 2-run shot by Adam Duvall, and the Braves lead it 5-1. That was an absolute skyscraper that barely got over the left field wall. And Adam Duvall finally gets his first home run of the early season.
Like I was saying before with Dansby, like all the Braves needed was a Marlins fan coming on to talk a little bit of trash. Like I was saying, they needed Swanson.
It was Ronald Acuna Jr. to come back. You can almost feel the electricity in the clubhouse.
Oh yeah, I mean the park is rocking tonight. It's a full house there. Atlanta's got to be feeling incredibly good about increasing that lead. Now they're going to be going into the 9th inning at least up 5-1.
So that'll bring Travis Demerit to the plate. Travis Demerit's 1 for 3 on the night. The first pitch is swung on and missed. and it's 94-mile-an-hour cutter, it's 0-1.
And the pick in for the Commanders is in, and they select Penn State wide receiver Jahan Dotson. Wide receiver run continues.
Braves lead at 5-1. And the pitch is way outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Look like the slider is in the dirt. If you're just joining us, the Braves scored 3 in the bottom of the 8th here to take a 5-1 lead. 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on, and it is a slider again. And this time DeMerit serves it into right field, going against the shift, wide open gap. And he gives the little sword chop on the first base side to the dugout. And the Braves still got it going. 1 on, 1 away. And Dansby Swanson, who's 2 for 2 with the home run, coming to the plate. You got to wonder if they're just going to leave Roberts out there. The Cubs pitching coach is coming out to the mound, but I don't think they're going to make a change. I think they're just trying to talk him through this. The Cubs don't want to have to wear out any more of their bullpen, already down 5-1.
That took the words out of my mouth. And
sometimes you just got to take one for the team. Will Smith stands in the bullpen. He looks ready. You do wonder if this gets any worse, will they sit him down and go somewhere else?
No one's warming up, so I mean, it would be. I'm thinking it'd be highly unlikely, but you never know with the Braves bullpen sometimes.
I don't think they would go to Minter for a second inning. They don't want to wear him out before the Texas series. Here's the first pitch to Swanson, and it's wide and outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Dansby Swanson 2 for 2 on the night, a solo home run, a walk, a single, a stolen base. We might be getting Dansby finally out of his slump. Roberts fires it back over to first to keep DeMerit close. We'll do it again at 1-0.
And draft picks are starting to fly off the board. Chargers are taking Boston College guard Zion Johnson at number 17.
That's a really good pick.
Yeah, they needed some help on the
Who
offensive
did Washington
line.
take?
Penn State receiver Jahan Dotson.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You said that. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball high in the zone, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. That's probably a direct result of McLaurin barking, wanting more money.
Maybe. I mean, McLaurin's one of the top 10 receivers in the league. That they'd be stupid to let him go.
Well, he's demanding more money or he won't play. So 1-1 pitch is on the way as Robert kicks and fires, and it is a slider off the plate, and they're going to try to throw it down to first, and the ball gets away and into the outfield. DeMerit dove back into first, but it was an errant throw, and he is going to be safe at second as the ball was way off the mark. Rivas tried to dive and get it out of the ground, but it was a one-hopper, bad hopper, and could not stop the ball. DeMerit races down to second, and the Braves have another runner in scoring position.
Yeah, I mean, the throw was a little bit short, but that's like if you're playing first base, that's where you want it. Like you want to have it the least amount of time possible between catching the ball and the tag. It was right there where you want to get that tag. Rivas just couldn't dig it out. Now you got
so the short hop sends DeMerit to second, and it is a fastball swung on and foul back out of play. It's 2-2. You can't put that on Rivas, so that's definitely a throwing error because that was a short hopper. I mean, that's like NHL goalie.
Oh, yeah. No, Contreras definitely had the right idea. He just couldn't execute properly.
That's one of those ones you close your eyes and you pray leather hits it. 2-2 pitch on the way to Lieutenant Dan. Here's the delivery. And Roberts kicks and fires, and it's just off the plate, and it's full count at 3-2. Braves lead at 5-1. Adam Duvall and Dansby Swanson going yard.
You are not going to want to hear this next update.
Here's the 3-2 delivery. Hold that thought for 1 second. And the 3-2 pitch as Contreras gets set on the outside and swung on strike 3, 2 away. And that will bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate.
The Philadelphia Eagles have their new number 1 wide receiver. They have traded for Titans wide receiver A.J. Brown.
I was wondering if that could be happening.
Wow.
He is demanding money, and the Titans aren't going to pay him. So I think I was right on the money with my prediction.
I'm absolutely speechless right now.
I'm not. He's been throwing a lot of cryptic stuff out there, and the Titans front office does not play. Here's the first pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. and fastball high, taken for a ball. It's 1-0.
So that actually puts the Tennessee Titans on the clock at number 18. Wow.
Could the Titans be going for either a receiver they really like, or could they be grabbing that quarterback? Because Tannehill's on the last year of his deal. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Acuna, and it's inside for a ball, almost clipped his jersey, and it's 2-0. Acuna first night back in a long time. And he is 1 for 4 on the night as the 2-0 pitch is getting set. Roberts working very slow compared to the other pitchers. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a slider down the breadbasket. It's a 2-1. Braves 5, Cubs 1 in the rubber match of this series. Braves looking to get the first series win of the season. They have split 2 with San Diego and Cincinnati, but they have not won a series yet. Of course, it took a few months for the Braves to get on track last year. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Acuna, and it's inside, almost gets him again, and it's 3-1. Roberts, 27 pitches on the night. Wonder how much longer they'll let him out there, but he does have 2 outs.
They did have a lefty warming up in the pen. If he doesn't get Acuna out here, you got to think they pull him.
You would think,
especially with Olsen coming up in
right.
the lefty matchup.
So here's the 3-1 pitch to Acuna. He gets set. Here's the pitch, and it swung on and fouled back up against the screen, and it's a full count at 3-2. You got a 3-2 count, Acuna at the plate, runner on second. So the crack of the bat, Demerit will be on his way. Will they give him something to hit here? Crowd is standing at full attention here. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. Great pitch by Roberts to get out of the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves grabbed 3 runs. They lead at 5-1. We're heading to the top of the 9th. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The MLB game of the week, and the Atlanta Braves lead at 5-1. Will Smith will be coming out of the pen. Ian Happ, Contreras, and Villar are due up. We'll see if there's any kind of a substitution. Happ is a switch hitter, batting .339 on the year, 2 home runs. In fact, 1 against Atlanta. And A.J. Brown, by the way, being reported, he gets a 4-year extension for $100 million, 57 guaranteed. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball outside, and it's 1-0.
And actually, Titans, their pick is in. They get a replacement.
1-0 pitch is below the knees. Strike called. It's 1-1.
Titans get their replacement for A.J. Brown and an Arkansas receiver, Treylon Burks.
1-1 pitch from Will Smith, and it is a slider in the dirt. It's 2-1. Well, remember, they also got Robert Woods in the offseason as well. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And they'll also have, and they did not trade their pick, so they also have the 23rd pick. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and swung on, strike, outer part of the plate, and it's 2-2. Braves 5, Cubs 1. 2-1 pitch from Will Smith, swung on, strike 3. It's a fastball right down the pipe, and there's 1 away in the Chicago 9th.
Well, it's a good start for Smith. I mean, like after hearing all the horror stories from you and Sean last year about his 9th inning escapades, I was kind of hoping for a show, but good start for Smith there. Nice strikeout of Happ.
Will Smith's been absolutely shut down since about late August of last year. Did not allow a single run in the playoffs, including the World Series, and one of the main reasons why the Braves are World Series champions. Here's the first pitch, and it's a slider inside, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. He did have a rough outing beginning of the year this year, but considering the way this offseason has gone, that didn't shock me at all. 1-0-1 pitch to Contreras, and it's a slider inside, and it's 1-1.
And it is official. The Phoenix Suns have beaten the New Orleans Pelicans and move on to the second round.
What was the score on that?
Last time I saw it was 112, 115, 109.
Okay. Well, congratulations to Chris Paul and company. I think most wanted to see them move on. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball outside, and it's 2-1.
No, Chris Paul had a game for the ages, 33 points. He was 14 of 14 from the field. He was absolutely lights out.
It should set up a heck of a second round matchup. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider, a curveball outside, and it's now 3-1. You do wonder the transition with Will Smith going to the setup role. Sometime he's closing it out tonight because Jansen had been used 2 nights in a row and 3 of the last 4 nights. So you don't want to keep going to that well this early in the season. Here's a 3-1 pitch swung on by Contreras, popped up. It's a can of corn, and Demerit's going to call off Dansby. He catches it in shallow left field, and there's 2 away. You got to love the story of Travis Demeritte and hope that he sticks here. Great kid, and has battled his way through the minors over the years. I love the video that they shared with his mom was at the game the other night when he made his debut, and she was in one of the really good seats right there in the front row. And he said something to the effect, she said, "Hit one out for me." He said, "I'll try." And she said, "Don't try, do." Sure enough, he goes up and hits a home run, roasted over the right field wall. It was a great video that I caught the next morning. First pitch is a slider inside for a ball to Villar. Cubs down to the last out, and it's 1-0. 1-0 pitch on the way, and 4-seam fastball right at the knees. Nice pitch, and it's 1-1.
I mean, it is so crazy to me that all of this wide receiver madness that we've seen tonight is a direct result of the Jaguars paying Christian Kirk $70+ million.
1-1 pitch on the way and swung on, fouled back out of play, and it's 1-2. Well, I'd say the reason why they traded A.J. Brown, 2 reasons. The Titans are money strapped because of the last year of the Tannehill deal.
Yep.
But then also people forget A.J. Brown's injury prone. You go out and give a guy $100 million, you kind of expect him to show up every time. And he had a good year last year, but he was missed a couple of games. 1-2 pitch is fouled back out of the way. We'll do it again at 1-2. The Cubs down to their final strike here on the MLB Game of the Week. We will be back tomorrow night. Braves Country Baseball, 8:05 first pitch. Braves and Rangers. And 1-2 pitch is swung on and rolled over to Ozzie, who's left of second. Ozzie flips it over to first, and that'll do it. The Braves win at 5-1. They win the series in Ronald Acuna Jr.'s debut. It's the first series win of the year. So hopefully the World Series champions are back on track. Atlanta wins it 5-1. Before we go ahead and head out of here, real quick on the game and then the draft, another gutty performance by Kyle Wright. Didn't have his best stuff, but pitch a whale of a game, everything considered. And great seeing Acuna back. And then 2 guys that really needed to get on track, Duvall and Dansby, went yard.
Yeah, I mean, Acuna coming back really just put a jolt in the Braves lineup. It was good to see Duvall and Swanson get a little bit back on track. The hope is they can keep that going. But great win for the Braves.
Yeah, it was a big win because they're about to head on the road and they're going to take on the Rangers this weekend, and then they go to New York. They're going to play 4 games in 3 days to play the Mets, and obviously going to be a tough series as well as they've played. The Mets will be coming off of a series against the Phillies, so we hope the Phillies wear them out a little bit, but things will start to crystallize a little bit after that series. And for over the next week, we'll have Braves here tomorrow night, 8:05 Eastern versus the Rangers. Tuesday night, we'll have the second game of the doubleheader. It's scheduled for around 6:40-ish Eastern time, but we'll see what happens with that. As far as the NFL draft goes, before we head out of here, Stephen, what's your overall thoughts?
This has been one of the wildest drafts I've seen in past 15, 20 years with like you got two major receivers being traded in Hollywood Brown and AJ Brown, and that's not even the two receivers that were thought to be traded the most in Deebo Samuel and DK Metcalf. Been a lot of receivers taken just like as picks themselves, 6 so far. Not really too many surprises up top, but I mean, this has just been incredibly exciting to watch. And actually, the Saints just came in with their most recent pick. They select Iowa offensive tackle Trevor Penning at number 19.
I still can't believe the Saints have not gone out and grabbed a quarterback, but okay.
I mean, they seem to have a lot of
setting up,
faith in
although I don't
Winston.
think the Titans are going to do it. What this is setting up is if the Titans still want a quarterback, there's going to be one sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, I find it hard to believe that at this point Malik Willis is gonna go past Pittsburgh at what, 22, I believe he's at. They're at no Steelers are on the clock right now at number 20. But yeah, I mean, looking at so it's the Steelers and the Patriots. They're not taking a quarterback. Packers aren't taking one. Ravens aren't taking one. Cowboys aren't taking a quarterback. Yeah, I mean, the only possibility of a quarterback being taken tonight has got to be Tennessee at 26. Everyone else that's on the board tonight. I mean, maybe Tampa Bay at 27, but
well, of course, you've also got, I mean, there could be 6 trades between now and then as well.
That is true.
I don't know if Tampa Bay will go out and get that quarterback though, because they did draft Kyle Trask last year, and they are hoping Brady plays a couple more seasons. I mean, would Brady go all Aaron Rodgers about it and get ticked off? So I don't know. All right, well, we got to scram, but great job, Steven, and we'll see you next Thursday night. Right, I want to double check that, make sure that time has not changed, because some of these games have changed. But next Thursday night, May 5th, so Cinco de Mayo, it's still set 6:45 Eastern. Mets Phillies, that should be a really good one. And I believe we may get, I don't think that'll be Scherzer, but I think that could be Tyler Miguel. So
he's been fantastic to start the year. I mean,
he has,
with DeGrom being out.
Absolutely. All right. Well, for Stephen Troche and all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel, I'm Mac McGee. Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball and the MLB Game of the Week. The Braves win it. Kyle Wright gets the W. Braves get them 5-1. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, going to try this one. Best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Here's Marino, wide open field, blows for a touchdown. Number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Giannis, does he stop it, ball, please?
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey baseball fans, the The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry. Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. We're here weekdays Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah,